has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash, so why not visit David Ellis Jewelry to cash in your old useless tangled jewelry, coins, and anything else containing precious metals. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I recommend David Ellis Jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Your neighbor Judy loves spring in Colorado, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
And right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield!
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app. It gets you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
This is Michael Brown, and you know how much I love small businesses. If you're thinking about advertising but not sure about how, where, or the cost, then KHOW is the one place where you can get everything you need to market and grow your small business. Radio or podcast ads, social media or digital, we can do it all, including search and email. If your small business needs to grow, let us help you with a plan that fits your budget and your needs. Call 844-844-IHEART. That's 844-844-IHEART.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers, countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
We've got a cloudy, cooler day for your Friday, and there will be some off and on mist and rain throughout the day. Temperatures today only in the mid-50s before we get back into the 70s for the rest of the weekend. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order, $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 4th, 2025.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The FBI has arrested a judge in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. On social media, FBI Director Kash Patel said that Judge Hannah Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from an undocumented immigrant they sought to arrest. It's a sharp escalation in President Trump's immigration crackdown, but Americans have concerns over another key area.
And as President Trump approaches 100 days in office, a new AP poll shows only 37% of Americans approve of how he's handling the economy, a key factor in his election victory. And the same number, just 37%, approve of how he's handling trade negotiations.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. The president says he's spoken with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, even as Chinese officials say there have not been any talks. The president now en route to Rome for Pope Francis's funeral. The mayor of Rome says more than 200,000 people are expected tomorrow. This is ABC News. A toxic algae bloom in the waters off Southern California has been devastating for marine life.
In the past week, over 50 dead and dying dolphins have been found off the coast of Los Angeles County. 16 more on Sunday alone in San Diego County. A toxic algae bloom fueled by January's wildfire runoff is growing increasingly deadly. John Warner is the CEO of the Marine Mammal Care Center here in L.A.
It's the worst we've ever seen here in Southern California.
Whales have also died. Experts say the algae bloom is so big in the water from southern to central California that the problem is not going away soon. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
A judge in Idaho ruled that Brian Kohberger, charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, can face the death penalty. His attorneys wanted the death penalty off the table. They say Kohberger is on the autism spectrum. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. And you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A Jefferson County jury is considering its verdict in the trial of Joseph Koenig. He's facing first-degree murder and other charges in the 2023 death of Alexa Bartell. During closing arguments yesterday, prosecutors said Koenig made a choice to throw a rock that went through Bartell's windshield, killing her.
Joseph Koenig used a specific arm motion that he preferred to throw that rock at Alexa Bartell. Joseph Koenig made active choices.
Koenig's lawyer asking the jury to consider finding him guilty of manslaughter, saying it was never Koenig's intent to kill anyone. The Denver area getting low marks for air quality from the American Lung Association. The group releasing its annual State of the Air report this week. The Denver-Boulder-Greeley area received an F for the number of high ozone days recorded. The region ranks 6th worst in the U.S. for high ozone. The area also received a low grade for short-term particle pollution spikes. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
All right, still doing pretty well. The accident we had left over in the rush was northbound 25, the ramp to I-70. That has been cleared. Now, it is slow from Broadway pushing into downtown and up eventually towards I-70, but it's starting to pick up a little bit through there. I-25 downtown to the Tech, right at about 10 minutes. Do have a little slowing on 270 out of Commerce City, and the north end I-25 actually is a little busy down from 120th. It may be slow at times coming out of North Bend and Thornton down towards about 84th. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an upcoming episode with the former frontman from REO Speedwagon, Kevin Cronin, coming up on Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Every morning brings a fresh, new energy. And no matter what the day holds, we come to the Today Show for all of it.
We get the best start to the day because we started together.
Watch the Today Show weekdays at 7 a.m. on NBC.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix it 24/7. Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system. Lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39. Normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes!
This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. WIN. That's WIN. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Here we go, Tom.
Yeah. I'm here.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you're streaming the show, you just wondered who's that ugly face I just brought up. That is my man, Peter Boyles. Peter Boyles joins me today in the Mothership home studio. Do you like it, Pete? Do you like what you're seeing? What do you think, brother?
This is the best. Have you ever done the video tour?
No, I haven't done the video tour. But anyway, we have Deputy D, Deputy Bo. We got Peter there. And Peter, that mic is covering your face just a little, but it's the best we can do with it.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, yeah, it's the good part it's covering. So that's right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Is the Mothership open and on and accountable? Should I bring up the Mothership? Who's there? Mark?
Where's Mark?
Nobody.
Mark.
Now we're all here. Suzanne, myself. We've got two guys, JFR Cars, join us.
Yes. Now.
We are here. How you doing, guys?
Good. Now, JFR Cars, we have Bob with us from JFR?
I'm here.
You know, I've been bugging Bob I've been bugging Bob about leasing cars. I think, and I've come to believe, financially, business-wise, and everything, as long as you don't go over miles or you don't turn in early, leasing is the best option anyone can ever do with a car, bar none. Mathematically, there is no downside whatsoever. When you lease a car, they guarantee to buy it back at a certain price. If it goes up in value, you can keep it and sell it or just keep it. If it goes down in value, you turn it in and walk away. You're simply doing what you use. I think the biggest problem people get into with a lease, the biggest problem, one, they don't keep the mileage, and two, they want to turn it in early. And Bob, under those scenarios, if you do that, you're in bad shape. Isn't that true?
Yeah, most of the time. You know, what dealers like to do is put you in the lowest mileage lease, and it gets you the lowest payment, and they don't talk to you about how many miles you drive. That's why they get in trouble. If you drive 15,000 miles a year, you should write a 15,000 mile a year lease, and then you've got no issues at the end. So
well, where does it not make sense? Like we drive 25,000 miles a year.
So you can write leases at 25,000 miles a year.
Yeah, but now, Bob, does it still make sense? Pay?
Sure.
Do high mileage leases still pay?
They do. So the biggest thing that makes a car depreciate is miles. So when you own that car, it depreciates just as fast. But the nice part about the lease is you've got an in to it and you've got an out. at the end of the lease, if the car's not worth the residual value at 25,000 miles per year, you still can give it back to them. So you have the upside potential without the downside risk. Absolutely.
Well, welcome one and all to the Troubleshooter Show, and we'll be talking to Peter as we go on. And so what I want to do now is take Alberta, who was first up. She is the owner of a house and has a tenant issue. Now, Alberta, is this a room you're renting from your home where you live in it with the renter, or is this a separate rental?
No, this is my home. They live inside the two-bedroom here.
And you're renting one of the bedrooms?
I'm renting two of the bedrooms.
Okay. But where do you live? In a third bedroom?
Yes. Same house.
So you live in the same house with your two tenants. What's the issue, Alberta? What's the issue?
One of them is my son-in-law. And he didn't pay rent in October because of my hot water heater went out. It took me a minute to buy me a new.
He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to withhold all his rent for that.
Right.
Now, this son-in-law. How's this your son-in-law? By the way, how is this guy your son-in-law? Was he married to your daughter?
He is married to my daughter.
Is your daughter living there too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they rent a room together, and they did not pay for October.
Exactly. And then he texted me yesterday and told me because of the water heater that I purchased, it was defective, that he's only going to pay me $300 for next month.
Okay, hold on. But without further ado, let's get Brad O'Brien on. I want to know what we can do. This is our attorney who does real estate. Hang on, Alberta. We're going to get you some help. 303-713-TALK. Haley, this seems to be rental kind of day. Haley, what's going on with you?
Hi, so I was roommating with my best friend of 18 years, and we ended up having a falling out, and she ended up leaving and pretty much sticking me with the rent. And I live in downtown Denver, so you can imagine it's pretty expensive. So I was just trying to see like my options
let's talk about
what
it.
I could do.
Let's talk about it one step at a time. First and foremost, were you both on the lease?
Yes.
Now, is the lease written that you both are responsible for all of it, or you're each responsible for half?
So we are both responsible for half.
So let me ask you this. This is the real question. So your landlord wrote that lease that you're each responsible for half. So when your friend moves out, you don't have to pay the other half.
Pretty much.
So why don't you just live there for half rent? Why would you want another roommate?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I have to, no, I'm responsible for the full amount. She had fabricated a police report and presented them with that. And so they excused her for the rent.
The police don't get to, hold on. The police don't get to excuse anyone for anything. The police aren't judges.
Right.
Well, what do you mean that they excused her? Who excused her?
The leasing office, when they presented the false.
Okay. So Haley, what's your friend's name? What's your friend's name? First name?
Kaylin.
Your friend's first name is what?
Kaylin.
Kaylin. Now.
Yes.
Here's what I need to know. Kaylin presented what kind of a police report? Was it against you?
Yes, allegedly. I haven't been, what happened was she said that there was a restraining order, but I have not been served. It's been almost 3 weeks and I have not been served any kind of paperwork. I have no idea what's really even going on. And so they excused her, without even really getting
they excused her. Okay.
Story.
So did they then say, so they let her out of the lease and now you're stuck with the whole lease. Well, guess what? You have a civil action against Kaylin. Kaylin can't just leave just because, even if the landlord let her out of the lease. Is she accusing you of assault or something?
Yes, that did not happen.
Okay, you got a problem, Haley. Does this landlord expect you to pay the whole thing?
Yes, and my biggest issue comes within the yesterday. I received an email because at the beginning of the month she did pay her portion for April, and I paid mine. But they had refunded her that, so I'm expected to pay not only her portion of May and June, but also I guess I have to pay April's now, and I just don't. That can't be legal in my mind.
Haley,
I don't know why.
Here's the thing: the landlord accepted a three-way lease. Okay, the two of you and him or her. So the fact that the landlord let that person out of the lease could be construed as a breach of contract. I'm not sure. Again, we'll ask Brad O'Brien. And Brad is on right now. He's a real estate attorney. Brad, this is an odd one. I just want to run this by you first. Now, Haley was renting with a friend. So it was Haley and Kaylin. They were renting a room. They both signed the lease. The roommate, Haley's roommate, Kaylin, accused her, and Haley says falsely, but accused her of assault and wanted to move out. So the landlord let Kaylin out of the lease. That, in effect, made Haley responsible for the whole lease. My question to you, Brad, if the landlord signed a lease with two people and arbitrarily lets one of them off, aren't they, in effect, breaching the lease because they're putting an extra burden on that other person? I mean, how do you look at this? If there was three people on the lease, the two roommates, the landlord, then the landlord arbitrarily releases one of them and says, go ahead, you can leave. We're not going to hold you responsible. And now they're going after Haley for the whole amount. How does that set with you?
I have not reviewed this lease, so I have to assume it's a typically drafted lease. And if landlords do like to get roommates on the same lease and make them joint and severally liable, that means each roommate is liable for the entire rent for both roommates. So even if one doesn't pay, the other one the landlord can go after the other one for the full rent for both of them. Normally, typically drafted lease does not have any covenants or agreements between the two tenants. They would need their side agreement for something like this. So if the landlord lets one of the tenants off of a joint lease, I don't view that, I mean, not having seen the lease, if there's anything particular about this situation, I don't view that as a breach of the contract by the landlord at all, or even by the other tenant who left.
Okay, so she's
wouldn't they all be responsible for everything generally, right? Like our daughter lives with two other people, kind of like at a campus place where there's three different rooms, then there's a kitchen they all use, and a family room. But they're all responsible. It doesn't matter if someone else moved
Mark,
out.
Mark,
She'd still be
no one's
responsible.
arguing that. They are jointly and severally that they are responsible. She is obligated on the lease. But my question was, didn't the landlord have some obligation to keep both of them on the lease since he sided with both of them? Brad is saying, no, it's not a breach of the contract, and Haley is simply responsible for the whole thing. Now, I don't understand it. I just don't. So Haley can't afford it right now. So, Haley,
Well, I go back to exactly what I was saying, though, Tom. If 10 people rent a house from me and they're all students, and I use that because I've lived through it, each one is responsible no matter what. If everybody else moves out,
nobody's
disputing
that. Here? Nobody is disputing that Haley is responsible for the whole thing. No one disputes it. The point is she can't afford it. She's got to leave. And then the guy's going to probably come after her for breach. What were you going to say, Deputy D? Go ahead.
The question for Brad is, does the landlord have any duty to treat Haley the same way he treated her roommate and now offer her a chance to get out of the lease as well?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, if she's the one that was doing the battering, then why wasn't she kicked out and Kaylin left in?
Because Kaylin probably knew she couldn't afford it on her own. And Kaylin was looking for an excuse. Kaylin was looking for an excuse. Brad, if she could prove, If Haley could prove that these accusations were false, would that do anything to the landlord's action that he let her out for safety reasons?
I don't know. I mean, the first place to look is the lease, and that has language that is not helpful for this caller.
No, it's not.
But there's some nebulous claim you could bring, like it's breach of the implied duty of good faith and fair dealing. There's probably some vague kind of a legal claim you could assert to get this into court.
But at this point, it's cheaper to pay the rent until she can leave. Haley,
not as strong.
Under these circumstances, I need to ask this, a very simple question. If you could find a place to live, will the landlord let you out of the lease?
I am expected to pay the remaining months whether I leave early or not.
And when is the lease up? When is the lease up?
The lease is up in June, but it's a $3,000 a month apartment.
So it's going to be $9,000 for you to see it through. $9,000, and you don't have it. Will he allow you to get another roommate?
I haven't really spoke to them about that, but there's nobody that I really have that can move in just for 2 months. But I was just hoping if you guys had any rental relief, if you guys knew anything like that at all.
Well, no, Haley, you heard our attorney. You heard Brad O'Brien, a real estate attorney. He didn't see your lease, but he's saying under most circumstances, you're responsible for the whole thing. Your roommate's responsible for the whole thing, but the landlord released your roommate, which leaves you responsible for the whole thing. And really, unless you had a private agreement with your friend, you're stuck with the whole thing. That's the unfortunate truth. And if you can't pay it, the worst that's going to happen is you're going to be evicted, and he's going to probably try to come after you for the money. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. Listen, you can get drinking water at your kitchen sinks for just around $1,100, but if you want to do your whole house with drinking water, conditioning and softening, it is simply $39.95, the best price anywhere. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a True Treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
True treadmills are simply the best. They have shock absorption that absorbs over 80% of your impact. They also have a patented heart rate system. It will keep you within 2 beats of your target heart rate every time. That ensures you a perfect workout.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Okay, Mark Szymanski is the owner of Genesis Total Exteriors. They do everything on the outside of your house. And they can also do kitchens, baths, and basements. But let's talk today about concrete, pavers, patios, all of that. Is that in your wheelhouse, Mark?
You bet, Tom. It's funny. We really don't talk about it much, but we do driveways. We have some excellent installers that just lay down beautiful concrete driveways and sidewalks, pavers. In fact, you got Peter on the show right now. We did his back patio area Peter, with pavers and such.
No, he's my guy.
Yeah.
Bansky is, yeah. Plus, you know what? He's a motorcyclist.
Okay, Mark, I know why I like you now. So, Mark, tell me what you got going on, though, with pavers and patios. What are you doing?
Yeah. So, again, if you have an area that's in a rough condition or you got a driveway that's, falling apart or big cracks or whatever and you need it replaced, give us a call. We got some great pricing right now, and now's the time to jump in before the busy season gets started. And again, it's a great opportunity to have Genesis put a new driveway or pavers in for you.
Okay, and that's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And as you just heard, we all use them. And that's patios, pavers, driveways, anything concrete, and of course, anything around your house. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Now I want to tell you about my friends at American Financing. They've partnered with me to do the Smart Equity Loan. Let me explain what that means. I went to them and said, look, I have a lot of people that want to invest money, but they shouldn't be investing. They have high interest debt. That's the first thing you do. You get rid of high interest debt. Then you think about building wealth. So start your road to financial success by getting the Smart Equity Loan at American Financing. Or you can do a complete refi, maybe pull out some cash for an emergency fund. Everyone needs an emergency fund, and they need to get rid of high interest debt. And the only company that can accomplish all of that for you today is AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000. Tell them Martino told you to call to get on the road to financial freedom. 303-695-7000. Yeah, I love him.
Damn, Tesla's fucking off to the races. Finally.
Who's off to the races?
10% today, man.
Tesla.
They're going to be close to, I bet.
Yeah, that was a good buy, wasn't it?
I mean, they're still fucking, most of the Tesla I own, well, maybe not 300 today. They're at 283.
Shut up.
But they're not almost 10%. Most of it I own's at $110, man. So even when they were,
I can't go number 2 anymore.
We're still doing good for me, but
he drops.
They were at 400.
He drops that sound in all the time.
Maybe before Doge. Yeah. I mean, I love what he's doing, but my God,
he's walking
away. At least
away.
send me a text saying that you're going to go jump into politics.
Excel Roofing.
At least warn Tesla owners.
Hey
He
guys,
walked away from Doge,
I want
doesn't
to
he?
tell my people.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hey, morons.
Tommy's talking.
No, I'm just asking
Sorry, I
morons
thought he
to
was-
say hello to Peter.
Yo!
Put him on
Boyos.
screen.
What's going on, Pete?
Pete, what's going on? Mark's talking to you. Put your
Can't
headset
hear
on.
him.
Sorry?
Yeah, hold on. He doesn't have his headset on. Go ahead.
We're talking about whether or not we think Shannon Sharp's guilty.
What was he accused of?
Well, it's a
What was he accused of?
He's
What's-
accused
I don't
of rape.
believe
He
this
had
is
to
the
drop
first
his
time
ESPN.
either.
Can't answer that quick. It's a woman who
I don't,
said-
he's been around a long time, man. I think if he was a dirtbag, that shit would have came out a long time ago.
Now you'd think it, but I don't know what to believe. It's there's too much of this falling apart right now, and
I'm going to Google Shannon and see what's going
no,
on.
He had some accusations in the past.
What
so
do you
it wouldn't be
think, man?
surprising.
Oh,
Dragon?
sorry, bro. Hold on.
yeah.
10 seconds, guys.
Okay, I got to do it next break.
Next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Peter Boyles, the legendary. What do you have to do to be a legend? That's what I want to know in this business. What do you have to do to be a legend?
Not retire.
That's right. You get old. So
Not get
old,
fired.
legend means old.
Yeah, but I got fired a couple of times.
Yeah,
so-
see, I never had the pleasure of being fired.
Get out of here.
No, never once. Not once. Never.
We are. Yeah.
Shocking.
No, we're. I tell people we're head coaches. They hire us because someday they're going to fire us.
Yeah, and I've been 45 years with 6 owners. Well, let's see. Who were the owners? In the very, very beginning, there was Gaylord. Remember them?
No.
Then Belo.
No, it was Belo when I was.
Well, my first owner
GE.
was GE.
GE.
And then Gaylord.
No, then Belo.
Then Gaylord.
No, then
Gaylord was in there somewhere.
there was Belo because we said look out.
It's
below.
like two old guys reminiscing
Yeah,
about
shut
different
up, right,
things
shut
at the
up.
same
on a park
time.
bench. Boy, my back hurts. No, then it was Belo, and then Belo became iHeart, and then became Clear Channel, and Clear Channel became iHeart. So you've had 5 owners.
5
J-Cor's
owners.
in there somewhere.
J-Cor was somewhere in there.
J-Core really is the
Okay.
other.
I asked my boyfriend, and it said, first of all, it said KOA was owned by General Electric.
Right.
Before, and then they said, then NBC never owned us. And then it
They
says,
carried NBC.
then it said RCAC. Yeah, they're wrong.
No, that isn't wrong because they were carrying the signal. Remember?
Okay.
So-
They were affiliated with them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So listen, Mark, your smart ass remarks about old guys. You know, Mark, you're not exactly.
Hey, I'm a spring chicken.
No, how old are
compared to
you? Mark,
two.
I lost track. How old are you?
I just turned 53.
53. So technically,
Yeah.
I'm old enough to be your dad. He's 53.
Or grandfather.
I'm 71.
My God.
I'm old enough to be his dad. So you call me daddy from now on. Hey.
I have underwear older than Marc Mager. I mean, it's like.
Get out
I want
of
to
here.
talk to Alberta because we do have our expert on.
All right.
Alberta, let's talk to Brad O'Brien. Now, Brad, Alberta is renting to her daughter and son-in-law a room in her home. The son-in-law is arbitrarily withholding rent based on the hot water heater. They did not have hot water for a month. He withheld rent. She fixed the hot water heater. He doesn't like it. He said it's inadequate, so he's still withholding rent. Alberta, how much rent do they normally pay every month if they were to pay the rent? How much is it?
$600.
$600. And how much have they withheld in total? $900. So they withheld one.
Yes.
They withheld one full month and half of the next. Is that right?
Yes.
So they're arbitrarily withholding rent based on the availability of hot water. Is that right?
Yes.
Brad, what do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Well,
And I don't have a lease.
This
You don't
falls
have
under
a
the
written
warranty
lease.
habitability, which applies.
Go ahead.
No.
I mean, the warranty habitability applies whether or not there's a lease. All tenants have the right to a habitable premises for what they rent. So, the landlord has to provide a habitable place. Hot water, electricity, water, those kind of things. And that is really separate from the payment of rent. So the tenant has to continue paying rent separate from the habitability concern, which they need to pursue separately and follow the steps.
Yeah, and they're very hard to follow.
And I
'cause most
did a
people
video,
can't do
by the
that.
way, I can plug right now. I did a video that's on YouTube and also on LinkedIn about how to do it properly. And I based that on Brad gave me some information, and then he told me the law, and I went to the law and outlined some basic steps. But, man, they can't just stop paying rent. Now, can she start an eviction process, Brad?
Yes, she can on non-payment of rent. Of course, the tenant will counterclaim for breach of warranty of habitability. Then it all has to get worked out.
Hey, Brad, can I just, if I've got a double-wide trailer sitting out in Watkins, Colorado, can I rent it out to 10 different people? I mean, isn't there laws on what you can rent out or not? I mean, if she's just renting rooms out, can I just simply rent out every room in my house and never have an issue? How does that work?
Well, law changed on this, I believe, last year, where counties can't limit the number of occupants by family relationships. So that's one thing. But there is a fire code, which is the ultimate restriction. So you can't have more people in a dwelling than fire code would allow.
Okay, Brad. What about private? What about private HOAs having rules on how many people can live, whether related or not? Are they
or any?
Are they usurped by local authorities?
Well, I believe this new statute that said local jurisdictions cannot limit occupancy of dwellings. It does apply to HOAs because they are quasi-governmental bodies. They're not strictly private.
So HOAs can no longer say only two parties unrelated, only related parties, or only two unrelated parties, or only three people. I mean, in other words, those HOA things are out the window.
I don't think, no, the answer is no, but I don't think HOAs were ever doing that, putting those kind of restrictions on.
Oh, yeah, they were. I know HOAs that would tell you how many could live in a home.
No, but I think what I was getting to was the familial relationships.
Oh, okay.
Having like more than one family in the same place.
Okay.
Not strictly the number of people.
Okay. Yeah, years ago, I used a boilerplate HOA when I was developing subdivisions, and one of them had a clause in there that only that there could only be two unrelated parties in the house. And I, like I said, that's probably illegal, probably cannot be enforced, but it was years and years ago. Brad O'Brien, you're a wealth of information. So, Alberta, you're going to have to start an eviction process, unfortunately, and don't try to do it
Okay.
alone if you don't know the steps.
Yeah.
And then they're going to probably argue back. But this son-in-law sounds like a pain in the ass. How long has he been your son-in-law?
Over 6 years. And he lives here, and he just pays the $600. He doesn't help me with the utilities, nor does he pick up his dog feces in the backyard.
Kick him to the curb.
I would get rid of him. Will that cause a problem between you
In
and your
more
daughter?
ways than one. Tell
Will
your
that
daughter
cause
to
a
get rid
problem
of him.
between you and your daughter if you get rid of him?
Yes, I won't get rid of my daughter because she has some severe medical issues.
You can't just evict him. Are they each renting one room, or are they renting a room together?
No, he rents one room. He pays the rent. It's for both of them.
Yeah, but when you evict them, when you evict that lease, or that, not lease, but when you evict that tenant, she's part of that. She's going to be evicted too.
Well, why couldn't she just move in with her mom at that point?
She can, but technically she's evicting both of them, I think. Okay, Dimitri, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, I was hoping to tailor Brad's response a little more narrowly in order to address Alberta's ultimate goal. And I don't think Alberta ever told us what it is. So, Alberta...
Her goal is to get rid of him or make him pay.
Say that. Alberta, are you trying to get him to make up for the back rent?
Yes, sir.
Or do you want to kick him out? What is your preference?
I want him to make up for the back rent, and I want to increase his rent because he's only paying $600.
Okay. Does he have a job?
What difference does that make?
Well,
yes, he does.
He does? Okay.
Yeah, but Alberta has
like a huge
so Brad, if Alberta wants to change the terms of the verbal, or if she wants to make them sign a lease, can she do that and then start from scratch?
Yeah.
Yes, she can increase the rent once every rolling 12 months and upon 60 days of prior written notice.
Oh, 60 days. Okay.
Here's what you do, Alberta. You call O'Brien Legal Services. I'm serious. You need an attorney to do stuff. 720-370-7388, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. If you're a landlord, you really want to consult him because he does everything real estate and can keep you out of hot water. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. While we're talking about landlords and all that, don't forget to have your insurance reviewed. Compass Insurance Group, a free insurance review and an honest-to-God assessment of what you have, if you're paying too much, too little, or you're not insured enough. 303-996-9000. God, Alberta should get rid of that deadbeat.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well out here. Roads, for the most part, have dried out. We're still seeing some light rain in areas, especially to the west side. Can be a little sloppy on routes like I-70, C-470, and kind of up and down some of the canyons and into the foothills, but no major difficulties. Volume's fairly light, although there's some slowing south I-25 coming out of Northland and Thornton.
Take family members
as well.
and
It
do
looks
what
like
you want.
I-76. Just west of I-25 approaching Federal. That could be construction-related. Northbound 25 from 6 coming into downtown. Little on the heavy side also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. What does it say? It says what it does. They help you plan for retirement. What does it mean? It means they look at your elements, 401ks, Roths, IRAs, and then they say, here's what you need to do to keep the nest egg growing, to keep it safe, to keep it invested. Then they turn it into income. They also help you with long-term care planning and also planning for selling or passing on your business to a loved one. Every aspect of retirement they can help you with. Now, if you want to know exactly what they do and what they can do for you, you ask them. You call them and say, what can you do for me? They'll have conversations with you until the cows come home, and they're not going to charge you a dime. So find out what they can do for you at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Everyone needs a coach. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. You know, we just heard a woman who's a landlord, right? and it's a big, giant hassle. Do you want to be a landlord in another state where you don't have to hassle with people without the conventional hassles and risks? Vestera Turnkey is making that dream come true for many people. Here's what they do. They have you buy a rental in a market they have researched with upside potential. They hold your hand through the whole process. They help you get home inspectors, loans. They help you get whatever you need in that market. Then they get a management company. They even take your phone calls for everyday things if there are any. And they become your surrogate landlord along with you. It's like your co-landlords. But you get the benefit when you sell of great returns. Find out more at mybiggestreturn.com. mybiggestreturn.com.
Nice.
Why?
I'm going to be tired.
It's no repeat. So it's 2 nights, like I was telling you, Thursday and Saturday, but there's no repeats.
The song.
No repeat songs. So it's really meant to be one long concert.
Wow. What kind of crowd are the Metallica's bringing anymore?
My age to 60, so I'd say 50. The core is 50 to probably 60 now. Maybe yeah that's probably
but
about
I
right.
mean, I would say like all different like makes and models.
Oh, there's
and,
younger kids, but it's really 50 to 60.
Yeah,
okay.
It is.
Yeah.
But I mean, they just broke a record last night, by the way. 47,000 people.
Oh, is there that many at the
40s? And I don't know where they played last night, but it was their opening show. It was 47,000 people.
Wow.
I find that hard to believe that's any form of a record for Metallica.
That was just the headline I saw. Let's see, Metallica breaks record.
Like really, I can't. They've played
Metallica news.
They've opened festivals that have hundreds of thousands.
They opened in Las Vegas.
Oh, maybe it's so it's a.
Mark is Did they do the Sphere? Holy cow!
Metallica.
No, that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong one. Let me see here. News.
I
I saw the article.
I don't think they did Vegas. I would have bought tickets. I don't think they hit Vegas this time.
Metallica is open. Oh, is open to perform. Okay, where did I see that? Where it said they broke a record. Thursday, April 24th.
They might have broke a record at some venue for the
Could
most
be.
people ever. But they've had way the fuck more than that.
Might have been on their Facebook. Let me see.
I would say, here, I'll just look it up. I was there. I was literally there. Oh, no, this was in Moscow, but it was Monsters of Rock. But the one in Moscow, Metallica, largest audience was 1.6 million.
That's wow. Yeah.
They're huge in Russia.
Wow. Metallica.
Yeah, I went to that in Philadelphia.
It says Metallica just shattered. This was 5 days ago. 43-year-old record at the former Carrier Dome in Syracuse. So
yeah,
maybe they broke some kind of record.
Guess they were pretty big.
Oh, they were.
They still are. It's amazing.
They're a fucking cash cow, man. They'll play. My tickets I bought for Pepsi Center here, or whatever it's called now. No, it's not even that.
Ball Arena.
It's not Ball Arena. It's Broncos.
Empower. $2,000.
They sold out like within, what, a day or two?
Yeah, $2,000, 4 tickets, but it's for 2 nights.
Yeah, so
$250 a night.
I'll probably end up selling those for double, if not triple.
Wow.
I just sold, who'd I just make a shitload on? Coldplay. So I bought 8 tickets. These are
and we're going
tickets,
to
guys.
them. 2 of
Super.
them.
These are like big luxury
guys.
recliners
I can't go
that
number 2
overlook right
anymore.
at the middle, and they'll set up in the...
Can double their membership discounts all month long. Visit us in Colorado Springs or in Littleton to take advantage of these deals.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. ERHI.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Fix It 24/7's going to your home and checking your sump pump for $49. You got to get this service to keep your house from flooding. If you've not even looked at your sump pump, most of you haven't since you moved in. It's in a pit somewhere in your house. They'll find it. They'll service it. $49. And I'm telling you, it's only $49. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com and book now. Barbara has a problem with a crawl space. Hey, what's going on? Deputy Bo is working on that. Grab that microphone, Bo. What is Barbara? Did Barbara call in before? Did she call in before?
She called in a couple weeks ago on actually March 21st to 12 o'clock hour.
Okay, so what's going on?
So she had an issue with the HOA. She had a main sewer line leak in her crawl space. And the HOA stepped up and did the repair, but she was very concerned that they were not doing the job.
So it was an HOA problem, the water thing.
Yeah, they took responsibility, right, Barbara? I can't hear her.
Yes, they did.
Okay, here. Yeah, put those on real quick.
Yeah, they did, but it took like 5 days before they finally got back to me, and that's when I called. And then the next day, they had somebody over there starting the repair.
Well, that's good. So what are you calling about today?
I know.
Is that what you're calling about, to let us know?
Today I just wanted to thank Bo for traveling out to Aurora and inspecting it for me.
You know,
because
Bo,
I didn't feel comfortable.
That is pretty damn cool, Bo, that you go and visit people and do that for them. Thank you.
Yeah, we went ahead and exterminated the place,
thank
too.
you.
And thank you for letting us know. You know that? Thank you. And he deserves, and I'm going to pull out my dinger right now. He deserves my dinger for sure. And I like using the dinger because if you don't use it, it goes bad. And so there you go. Bo, you've probably visited a dozen consumers by now and helping them out with problems. Thank you. 303-713-8255. All right, I have a text on leasing a car. And they said, this is for Bob Perry with JFR Cars. They want to know if they lease with high mileage, don't they pay more than if they lease with lower mileage? And of course, the answer is yes, because you're leasing, you're paying for what you're using. Is that right, Bob?
That is correct. So when they determine the residual value at the end, it's determined based on how many miles are on the car and no more than average wear and tear. So if they drive more miles, it makes the car worth less. So, of course, the payment's going to be higher.
Can't you get hit big time, too, with diminished value if you're in an accident? You go to turn it in, and they're going to take 10, 20% off the top?
Nope.
That's amazing to me.
Yeah, if you have a bad Carfax, you can still return it.
Wow.
And still get the full residual?
Well, so, I mean, you're not going to get billed for the diminished value. So as long as you're in line with the miles and you don't have excessive wear and tear, you don't get billed.
Okay. Another question. If you do a low mileage lease and pay less and you go over, does that take away the benefit of leasing?
I mean, not really. So the only time you would pay excess mileage is if you go to the end of the lease, turn the car in, and you're over miles. If you end up buying the car, doing something different with it, you don't get billed mileage. So
Have you ever
it doesn't
had
necessarily
people
take away the benefit.
Yeah. It
Go
doesn't
ahead.
take away the benefits.
No. I mean, you should try and be accurate. So usually when you write excess mileage up front, it's less per mile than they charge you at the end. So if you really feel like you're going to drive more miles, you should do it up front.
Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com. Denver Regen. They're doing stem cell therapy for painful joints and tendons. I had it done, and they are phenomenal. I truly mean it. I really do. They can do shipped-in cells that are regenerative cells, not stem cells, but they also harvest your own stem cells, or they can do, what do they call them, exosomes? What do they call it? What do you call
They're
those?
called exosomes.
Okay, yeah. They can do that as well. DenverRegen.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well out here. Roads, for the most part, have dried out. We're still seeing some light rain in areas, especially to the west side. Can be a little sloppy on routes like I-70, C-470, and kind of up and down some of the canyons and into the foothills, but no major difficulties. Volume's fairly light, although there's some slowing south I-25 coming out of North Glen and Thornton, as well as it looks like I-76 just west of I-25 approaching Federal. That could be construction-related. Northbound 25 from 6 coming into downtown. Little on the heavy side also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an upcoming episode with the former frontman from REO Speedwagon, Kevin Cronin, coming up on Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, most people that come to your door and sell you solar don't know squat about solar. In fact, they're not even in the solar business. They're salespeople. You never see them again. Then they place the contract with someone who comes and installs solar, and then you never see them again. If you need help, if you need service, you're out to lunch. I'm telling you, it is a bad deal, the solar industry, except Red Rocks Roof and Solar, the only company that does the sale, the installation, and the follow-up service for the life of that system. You got one-stop shop of people who know solar. They can even help you with grants to get it paid for if you're a commercial operation. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Gravina's. You've heard that name for years and years and years, ever since I came to Colorado 45 years ago. And guess what? They've been here way longer than that. Gravina's on 950 West Evans. That's where Larry went after leaving his dad. He opened up a company, and now his son Nick is with him. It's a heritage most companies just dream of. And they have it. 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. You're never, ever cramped when you're looking for windows, siding, and doors. 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
Level 3 is when you're on the highway and highway only. You can hit the blinker. You got to hit the blinker, and it'll go up around the car and back over to the lane. Which
really?
Yeah, well, that's nothing now.
Right.
But that was the only car with it, and it was there. How many were made? Wasn't it only like, how many of your GV80 were made?
600.
Yeah, they only made 600 of them, and that matte gray.
If you haven't seen that matte gray, it looks like gunmetal. It's beautiful on that GV80.
And the car was absolutely
my God.
perfect. We bought it in 22, and it only had 20,000 miles.
Yeah.
But you can see the difference.
It's
Tesla
beautiful.
offered, even on a trade-in, offered only 40, and I sold it to Genesis for 50. And I'll tell you why, because they'll certify it, and they'll sell that thing all day long for 60, 65.
Yeah.
Because the warranty is still crazy. I mean, there's still 3 years, 40,000 miles bumper to bumper on it. Mm-hmm. And then if they certify it, whoever buys it will get the 100,000 mile powertrain. Mm-hmm. It was a ball buster, man. It was a twin turbo V6.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty nice cars.
Yeah, they really are.
I tell you, man, Hyundai stepped the game up. They got really smart going into Genesis as a separate line. And then they hit them on the NFL the last 3 seasons. I never seen it. They had Tiger Woods driving around during golf tournaments.
Well, that's when he wrecked.
Yeah, that's almost killed him. He went straight down that hill.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's one of the first times I'd seen that car was his wreck.
He actually said he thinks if he was in almost any other car, he would have died, which made me feel good because we had that at the time.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, and Tesla cannot sell a used car from any place else. So their numbers are based directly on what they can get from the auction. So they'll never get any extra.
I think they're the largest car company, though, period. They sell more cars than any other car company. I mean, think about that. That's a ridiculous amount of cars.
You mean their
cars.
Product?
Yeah, I think they sell new cars.
Yeah.
I think they are. I'm not talking just market cap. I mean, on their stock. I mean, I think they sell more. Let me see.
Hey, Mark, real quick. I'm going to try that lady for Kid Rock's place.
Yeah, please.
And what card do you want me to put the deposit on? If we're
Blue, Venture X.
I'm going to try her right now while I'm freaking thinking of it.
Let me see here.
Probably international, though, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely international. But I could be wrong.
So even locally, there's a thing called a cross-sell report that comes out every month.
Yeah.
They do a new car dealer and used car dealer, and Tesla is #1 new car dealer by a lot. And normally it's Toyota dealers. Underneath them, it's almost all the Toyota dealers. But yeah, they're by far. But then they're I mean, they don't have individual dealerships where the other ones are based on, Mountain States Toyota and Stevenson Toyota, so they don't lump them all together, where Tesla's all, except Tesla Colorado Springs is actually separate.
It looks like, oh man, these are old numbers.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, if you see a cross sell, they're not accurate, but they inaccurate for everybody.
Okay.
But they're way out in front. I got the one for March. I'll show you. It's crazy.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that because Tesla sales have dropped, but maybe it's going to show up next month.
Last year they sold more than anybody. 1.81 million vehicles in 2024. 1.81 million. Let's see what Toyota sold.
Yeah, nowhere near that.
Well, maybe Toyota's. I think Toyota might be.
Don Liu. Don Liu, Rock is working it out with the client.
Toyota's number one by far. Toyota Motors sold a total of 10.8 million vehicles.
And that's just worldwide?
Yes.
Sure
definitely worldwide.
Henry.
And that was a 4% decrease
seconds,
from
guys.
2023.
10 seconds.
Love Talk Radio.
Online, on your smart device, and of course, on AM.
I like hearing the opinions. As long as it's to the right, I'm good with it.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Sarah's got a problem with a landlord-tenant issue here. So, Sarah, are you landlord or tenant?
I'm the tenant.
What's going on?
It's like landlord day, man, or tenant day.
So I was in here for this is a background. I was in here since April of last year. I signed it, whatever, and I was intending to stay another year, and I've been asking her since if I could get a lease renewal, and she hasn't reached out, and she's leaving me, not with any notice.
Okay,
and
hold on.
I
I need to ask some questions. You have been renting since last April?
Yes.
So did you hit your one-year anniversary?
Yes, just about. And I've been waiting for her to give me a notice, and she finally has given me one. But she said that she's selling the property and that I would have 45 days to vacate.
Do you know why she said she's selling the property?
She said she can't afford it, but she didn't give me this
here's
notice.
What I'm saying, Sarah.
Beforehand.
Here's what I'm saying, and it could be a ruse. I just want to say this. There is a new law that says if you're not going to renew a lease, you have to have just cause. There are certain outlines for just cause. One would be renovating the entire property. Another one would be you're selling the property. Now, it could be, Sarah, here's all I'm saying. It could be she's not really selling the property. She just wants you out of there. It could be. So, but it's not for me to say. You can let her know you know about the law and you want to make sure she truly is going to sell it. I mean, because that is your right. I know a lot of people are saying, Tom, a landlord should have a right to kick out anybody they want anytime. Not in Colorado anymore. I'm sorry. They've changed the laws. The laws are so strong for tenants right now that if you've been there a year, she must give you a reason for you to leave. It has to be a just reason.
And I'm curious how that works. I'm curious how that works with the sale part. I know for a fact if they are going to sell it, they can do it. But, I mean, does that mean they have to list it? Do they have to hire a realtor? And then how many days? This might be another good Brad O'Brien question.
Let's try to get Brad O'Brien back on the air and answer that. Okay, so hold on.
Because
Sarah,
you're right, Tom. What happens if it is a ruse? Yeah, I'm going to sell it, but then she's just going to rent it out to somebody else. I mean,
let's ask him. And then Jen has an issue with a towing company, so stick around. Plus, we have JFR Cars with us, jfrcars.com. And I got the legendary and old Peter Boyles. More coming up. Yeah, I take a note on every single call so I can go back in time. It keeps my mind sharp.
Poor Tommy.
Did you hear that, Dragon? Tom's trying to keep his mind sharp.
Mark, anytime. Listen, any intellectual challenge you can come up with, I'll put $100,000 on the line right now.
Okay,
you come
name
up with
every Master of Puppets song on the album
Scrabble,
from
trivia,
the first
you
to the
name
end.
an intellectual game, and I'll put
I kick his ass at
$100,000 up
Scrabble all
against
the
you.
time. I am bomb at Scrabble.
I'll feel guilty for taking candy from a baby, but
First of all,
Not me.
I'll kick your ass in arm wrestling anytime you want.
Oh no!
Second of all,
oh
yeah, I'll head over there right now.
Mark,
you want to lay down 100G right now?
Mark, you could never beat me in arm wrestling, even in my condition right now.
Oh my God, Peter could beat you in arm wrestling.
Oh my God.
In thumb wrestling, I'd kick your ass so bad you'd cry.
Never in a million years. Never, ever, ever. Thumb wrestling, arm wrestling, or an intellectual challenge. Mark, it would be
my God,
What about a game of Twister? What about a game of Twister, Tom?
I can't do that because he's double jointed and he's weird. But I can. Let's do Scrabble, or let's do what can we do?
Scrabble any
or
day,
chess.
bro.
We can play chess.
I do Wordle every day and get him in one.
I've never done
Sometimes
Wordle,
two.
not once. Do you know that? I've never done Wordle.
Keeps your mind sharp.
I know people
it's
love
a little
it. I've never
above
done it.
your,
Just never.
I love
mental
Connections
capacity.
too. That's through New York Times.
Yes.
It's a big game. It's a big game. I love chess. I love chess too. Chess
Tom
and
probably
chess.
likes
I like both.
Chinese checkers.
Sonny Corleone. That is Girl Friday's brother, I think. I think that's
Say that again. Sonny Corleone's.
Yeah, he's a YouTubey.
That's his nickname.
Hey, Tom, did you try any of that freeze-dried candy yet that I sent over?
Yes, it's disgusting.
It's it's strong as shit, isn't
Poor
it?
Girl
too strong.
Friday.
Too
It's
strong.
not-
I
You
bit
either-
into that
you
and
either
thought I was
love it
gonna,
or hate it.
I thought I was going to go into a sugar coma right then.
It is so strong. You take
I'll
candy,
mix some in for
a
you
Jolly
guys.
Rancher. Think of all the liquid in candy.
Hey, who's
so
in
you
today
remove
on the phones?
all of it. You freeze dry it. You
who's
are
on the
left
phones?
with nothing but
Kelly?
sugar.
Kelly,
People
would
do
you,
love it though.
Get Brad O'Brien back.
Well, she's on the phone right now.
All right, thanks.
Hey Pete, can he hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
I remember sitting in with him with what was the old producer's name? Not iHeart or any producer, but the guys that would bring concerts in to Colorado. Barry Fay, something like that.
Yeah, he's got it.
And
Do you guys mind trying
during
one or the other or
break,
both?
so it was
This
the
is
three of us sitting in the
freeze-dried
studio
fruit roll. That's
at 13th and Lawrence, and during break,
And these are fruity
I
rolls,
asked
so
him,
maybe like-
I said, who's the weirdest rock guy you ever met? And he said, who's the guy with the real big lips? What's that guy's name?
Jagger? Mick Jagger, or he
Yeah,
always told
Jagger.
me.
No,
sure.
He said Jagger like
He was good
young
friends with
boys.
No.
Okay.
And Jagger were real good friends.
And this is like cotton candy?
I mean, I'm not saying he didn't say it.
I knew David Bowie, too.
Well, David Bowie was
to ask her which one
on
that
another
is that
mountain,
she
but
freeze dries. But
he
she
and
calls it
Jagger were
fruity
pretty close That's friends. good.
It's full of
I actually
flavor,
met
isn't it?
Jagger.
I'm telling you, he told me Jagger
I'm
on whatever the junket is when he'd show
That's
up on
interesting.
things that he
It's so
wanted.
interesting.
I tell you,
The
when
texture's crazy.
when we did the
I've been
Ozfest
sharing with clients who come
and
in
with
just for fun.
all of those
It's-
guys, and I
it's
think
so
he wrote a
unique.
book called
Yeah.
Can you buy
Backstage
these?
Pass.
Yeah, they have
Oh,
a
yeah?
candy
But-
store.
Barry did?
Barry did. And about and the final chapter
You're like,
is he
you
and
can be
I
honest. If you don't like it, it's no
at
big deal.
the it was at the heights of the Ramseys, and all of those guys wanted
Oh,
to
yeah.
know about the Ramseys. I spent an hour and a half talking to Marilyn Manson. I mean, it was
Burro
like,
Girl Friday.
but who's that?
Hope she didn't hear it.
I don't know. I don't know what I just heard. But,
Keep going.
But the point of it was he was extremely bright. He was by no means a fool. And we sat and talked, and he had that cat, Von Z, with him. And then after that, then Faye said, come here, I want you to meet some other people. We ended up with, actually, the whole thing was called the Ozfest. And Faye and I we went back and I talked to Ozzy for, I don't know, an hour. And are we in a closed circuit right now that nobody else can hear?
No, we're online.
No, God, no.
Okay, then I won't tell you how Ozzy talked, but
Yeah, no, God,
so
no.
When we were walking,
Hello?
they had built a thing called
Hi.
the Emerald.
This is
Emerald
Mark's
Village.
wife. Who's this?
And so Faye and I are walking, and we're going
it's
back
Tesla.
to meet Ozzy. And
Sorry, hang on. Here he is.
remember when women, actually you still see it at Sturgis, but women that would paint the tops of their bodies, and they looked like they had clothes on, but they didn't. And this woman came over, and she had a vial of blood. It was me and Faye, and she said, "I want you to give this to Ozzy. He'll know what it is." And I went, "Faye, don't touch that. It's something." It's real blood. And we ended up that whole concert, the Ozfest, and it was Lincoln Park, and it was Pantera. I mean, it was really, but sitting backstage with Marilyn, well, not backstage, but off the side with Manson for an hour and a half. And I can tell you something, the man's no fool. And
No. He's
his father was a evangelical minister.
Yeah, I know.
And did you know that?
Yeah.
And he told me.
Because my nephew went to high school with him.
Oh, really?
In Hollywood, Florida. Yeah.
Wow. But he had jodhpurs on, and then he said
that he was really picked on. He was an underdog in high school.
He's getting even. But he brought Ziggy Ramirez and all those guys over, and then he said, "Well, I have to go to work." He was very polite. And so Faye said, "Come on, we'll go outside." So we went out to the tuners and the mixer, and all of a sudden the curtain comes back. He's crucified.
Yeah.
There's Ozzy. He's crucified. Not Ozzy, Marilyn Manson. And they were just. I said if they dropped a 500-pound blockbuster bomb on Mile High Stadium, they'd have gotten 3-4 generations of felons. I mean, there was a crowd there, man. It was like, and I kind of went, wow, like I didn't know that kind of stuff even existed. But Ozzy, I'm never. Tom and I have a deal. We don't write books. We don't. Number one, people wouldn't believe it. Number two, they'd be mad at us.
10 seconds here, guys.
Yeah.
Nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, what's happening? We are having a fun car Friday. Well, we haven't talked too much about cars. We talked a little bit about leasing. And I have Peter Boyles with me. He stopped by the satellite studio. And I got this email saying, "Hey, Tom and Peter. Peter and Alan Berg were my introduction to talk radio. It was Peter's change of tone that woke me up on 9/11. And that made me turn on the TV to see what was happening."
Wow.
I think it would be fun if you'd let Peter do his New Year Denver parade during your show. He does it's the Thanksgiving parade he does. And she said she loves that, or he said, it's Kim, I don't know, he or she, but it doesn't matter. I'll say they. Then there was the time he called Juan Valdez. What is that? What is she? What is that? It was hilarious. Juan Valdez.
Huh.
Do you recall that?
It's like, somebody else brought a story up in the room, and I said, I don't remember that. And they said, oh, no, that happened.
Kim, call in the show and tell us what you're talking about.
Yeah.
303-713-TALK, 713-865.
You don't remember after, how much of it, your early days, I remember when you came to Channel 4.
Yeah. And so, Peter, you were on the air, and Alan Berg was on the air.
Yeah.
And you were doing radio, and I was a guest on Alan's show a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And then when Alan was killed, I filled in for him, and that's how I got my show. And but God, oh jeez,
that was 40 years ago.
Yeah, and we've seen all kinds of documentaries about that, but we were there that night when it happened. We all gathered at the station, and it was unbelievable.
It's horrible,
unbelievable. We couldn't believe it happened.
There's now a film they've taken. Kevin Flynn and Gary Gerhardt spoke, and they made this film that's. Now, I came through Denver and I went and saw it. And
what is it called?
Come on, Peter.
Is it The Order?
Well, what the original book? Yeah, The Silent Brothers, but they've called it something else now.
Okay.
They've retitled it, and I went with Kevin.
Was it a good movie?
I'm not a good judge of it because
we knew Alan on a personal level, and he was nothing that people thought he was.
Oh, and I knew the truth on how and why he was killed, but remove that part of it. I don't know because I testified against those men, but I didn't know them. And
exactly.
The great work was done by Kevin and Gary.
Yeah,
but there they are, and there they were, and now they're back again. So it's like a Stephen King.
When you say they're back again, under what form?
I think it's something that Stephen King's monsters, and this takes a second, but Stephen King's monsters don't die. When you and I were growing up, little kids, and Frankenstein would die in the windmill, or somebody would kill Dracula, or somebody put the bullet in the werewolf. And I actually had that experience with Stephen King. His stuff never dies. His stuff reappears in the next book, or the next book, or the next.
No, I get what you mean. Yeah,
and I think that's much of what this.
So you're saying the white supremacists never die? Of course, they always reincarnate into some other group.
Or you see them again in another shape or another form.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
It's if as you said seconds ago, if you'd have really known the guy, he wasn't who you.
You said something interesting just a couple of minutes ago. You said that you know the truth about that murder. So I inferred from that the truth you know might
different.
Be somehow in contradiction to what history recorded.
Well,
is that correct?
No, actually, it's been recorded. I wrote on the 40th anniversary of his murder. I wrote a very lengthy piece for the Denver Post about exactly what happened, and the way the book. And it has nothing to do with Gary and Kevin because they knew the truth. But he was killed. There was a newspaper. You got a second for this?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was called the Primrose and Cattleman's Gazette. And KOA, the call letters of KOA stand for King of Agriculture. And when call letters used to be designations from the Roosevelt administration. And
KOA was big in agriculture, and we had, remember Evan Slack?
And that's that.
Right.
And
the farm reports and the cattle reports.
Absolutely. And WLS Chicago is the world's largest store because Sears put them on the air. Mm-hmm. And so the call letters had meaning. And so we got all the little newspapers, agri papers from all over the state. And we had a small, tiny office. You've got it in a million times, in fact. And it was Crandall, myself, all the time. Tommy came over and Alan, and we were right below there was two studios. They were on steps. And so I'm sitting there reading the newspapers, and I come across the Primrose and Cattleman's Gazette, and they had published the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And it was the Tsar had secret police named the Okhrana. And the Okhrana published these to be used as weapons in pogroms. Not the Romanov who was killed in the end, but his father did this. And so these articles appear in the Primrose and Cattleman's Gazette. So I said to Larry, I said, call the guy up and see if he wants to do the show on a fluke. And we did a noon to 1 hour. I think you were part of that noon to 1 hour.
Yeah.
And Alan would come in on the tail end and take it to the top, pass the ball.
And these people were crazy.
So I get the guy to come on the air, and I'm starting to say, did you pay for this? And yes. And I said, could have had it for free. It's in public domain. And we went on and on and on about, I said, the whole thing's fabrication. So at that moment, Berg comes in and gives me the tap.
Right.
He said, I want this guy. And I said to him,
and this guy wasn't the actual author.
No, no.
He was promoting it.
It was the Okhrana had written it, and there was they had a guy.
So Berg,
Jack Moore, and claimed that he had written it.
Right. So Berg ate him up.
Mm-hmm. Berg, I was saying, well, what about this and what about that, and then so I'm done with the show, and I went down and I started going through other Primrose Gazettes, and I find all of this stuff. So Patricia Schroeder was our first
Congresswoman,
and she was also the head of Armed Services. So I called her, and I said, "What are you doing with this? You're putting ads in for the Marine Corps and the Air Force and recruitment." She yanked the ads, so he sued Allen, myself, and General Electric and KOA Radio,
the newspaper publishers.
Yeah, a guy named Rick Elliott,
because they were publishing like unbelievable stuff,
and by anti-Semitic, and it's at the time when.
And they had a right to do it, but Allen really, Peter got him on, and Allen really dressed him, really.
And then we had Full Circle, where what we didn't know, and was listening in the other room to Rick Elliott and myself, and then Rick and Allen, was a guy named David Lane.
Then David Lane contacts this guy. They start having secret meetings.
And he drove the car the night they killed him.
They had secret meetings. How are we going to kill this guy?
Yeah. Well,
how are we going to kill him?
I don't think they totally made the decision to kill him.
Well,
until Berg gets moved to nights, which I always thought was a mistake.
Right.
And now on KOA at night, you can get it in your teeth. I mean, you can get
all over the country.
And they live in Montana. They're up in Montana. They're in a place called Hayden Lake, and they have a secret club, boys club within this club of white supremacists called the Bruder Schweigen, German for the Silent Brothers. And so they get Richard Butler was their spiritual head, and their alleged academician is this guy, Jack Moore. Well, Berg gets them both on one night and just goes to town.
Yeah. So Berg was their arch enemy. So Peter, I want to know something. Where's David Lane now? Is he dead?
He's dead.
Was he in prison?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were
they were convicted of murder conspiracy, right?
No one was ever tried for the murder of Alan Berg.
It was for other things?
Well, the first time when we went to Seattle and it was a RICO trial, racketeering and corrupt organizations, and we went on a RICO trial, and Alan's murder was like number 46 or 47 of the counts of RICO.
Yeah.
And so the one, Robert J. Matthews, was dead. He died in Whibley Island. But the rest of them, with the exception of a guy named Richard Scutari was still on the land.
Do you think the roots these guys planted, do you think they're still giving fruit in other?
I don't think the roots that these guys did, because
or just new ones,
guys who took their place,
just new ones. They keep coming back. Listen, we'll get to your calls right after this, and I want to get Brad O'Brien on about this Sarah's problem, because I don't really know the answer to this. She's been renting since last April. The landlord gave notice. She's selling the place, and Mark brought up a good point. What if they're lying about it? How do you know? Can you ask for proof? I mean, this goes into a lot of different things. And quickly, before I go to break, Rod Greer, we have from JFR Cars. Someone wants to know about consigning a vehicle. They're not talking about JFR. They said that they were told that another dealer does consignments, and I told them to hold off. Rod, when you do a consignment on a vehicle to sell it, does it have to remain at JFR Cars while it is on, while it's on for sale?
It doesn't have to be, but it's so much nicer that it is. Because
and what are the fees for consigning a vehicle? What are the fees? Do you take a percentage of the sale?
We take a percentage of the sale, or a flat $1,200 to $1,500.
And who decides the flat fee or the commission? Who decides that?
It's in our contract, and I decide, and we can decide and work with the customer. If the car is worth, let's just say if the car is $8,000, we're not going to do 8%. We're going to do a flat. You know what I mean? So try to help the customer and just to make sure we make a little bit on the deal as well.
But most of the time, when people consign a vehicle, do they owe money on it?
Most of the time, they don't.
Okay.
But we have done that if the equity's in the vehicle.
Okay, I got to take this quick break. Brad O'Brien's on. I want to come back to him and ask him a question about breaking a lease for selling a property. We got more right after this.
They all stood trial.
This is Michael Brown, and you know how much I love small businesses. If you're thinking about advertising but not sure about how, where, or the cost, then KHOW is the one place where you can get everything you need to market and grow your small business. Radio or podcast ads, social media or digital, we can do it all, including search and email. If your small business needs to grow, let us help you with a plan that fits your budget and your needs. Call 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Joseph A. Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. If you're ever in trouble, got into an argument with a neighbor, got a DUI, maybe an excessive speeding ticket, a vehicular problem, all of these are covered by Joe Lazzara. We all think life is perfect, but things sometimes go imperfectly. And when they do, you want somebody you can talk to, free advice up front always, and then if you hire him, it's on a flat fee basis. You don't get nickeled and dimed every time you talk to him. Joe Lazzara, you can find him at referralist.com or call him directly, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Becoming a landlord is complicated unless you use Vestera Turnkey. They research markets around the country where you should buy. Don't buy in Denver. It's the worst rental market you could get. The worst. For laws and appreciation, things are too high right now. If you want to be a landlord, Vestera Turnkey has markets around the country where capital and equity growth is improved and it is bound to improve, and they also have great rents. They help you identify a property, buy the property. They help you manage the property. They even take your day-to-day phone calls, and then they help you sell the property. 30 to 80% returns. MyBiggestReturn.com. That's Vestera Turnkey. MyBiggestReturn.com. 303-888-3788. Yeah, and I can turn off the mic.
How at altitude, it didn't matter. At sea level it did, but you could use regular gas in the car that required the higher grade at altitude, and it didn't affect it.
Yeah, man.
So I do that. I remember him doing that. But if you go down to sea level, you might have issues.
Right.
So I just remember seeing that going, that's interesting. And so I tried it in cars, and if it knocked, I could get higher grade gas, and never did.
Ryan's at the wheel. Pierce pulls the trigger.
Yeah, I heard that on Napa Show.
5 years ago or more, maybe.
I think it works. I don't know if it works the same way now, though. Well, the quality of gas is so much better now because we had a 4-cylinder, and we put the lower, but it was supposed to be like a high performance 4-cylinder. But we were trying to drop it down.
Could somebody do me a favor? And if I give you a number, I ordered a pizza and didn't even get a text. I usually get a text
because there's so much.
I don't know why, but
not preservative. So you need it. What is just detergents in the car in the gas now. So.
Anthony's on Dartmouth. For some reason, I never
Napa
got a
was
text. They
talking
usually
about
say
that on the
it's on
Napa
its
show.
way, and I did it when we first got here. It's Anthony's Pizza on Dartmouth. I don't have the number here, but I just want to know if they got my order.
It's true. I haven't ever had any issues.
Hold on, here. Let me see if I can get the number for you.
It's okay. The gun was in the computer already.
I'm surprised we can't hear the commercial.
And that they took that as a
goes that.
So
Oh, here's the number.
You don't hear no sound.
You want to write it down?
Right now.
I mean, when he speaks, it's like blank.
You don't hear anything?
And they know me over there. 303, 306.
You should hear that. Yeah, I can hear him now.
You can?
But what about the other commercials? We don't hear that anymore. Is that not the case?
If you hit a PGM,
I put it online.
Oh, okay.
I have a button that says cough.
No, they.
Is that if you're going to cough?
Exactly.
Bullets went through him. He never felt a thing. That's
kind of just kills the mic while you hold it.
Well, no, the gun. There was the gun jammed in the 12, which they.
I think Peter's still in the air, though, right?
Jesus Christ.
I know,
But how many bullets hit Peter? I mean, hit.
Okay.
Or, no, they shot him 11 times, and the gun jammed on the 12.
Jesus Christ. I didn't realize I didn't realize they riddled him with that many bullets.
Well, he was kind of an ass on his show. I mean, he was. Yeah,
he was going after neo-Nazis or
picks up the dog food, turns
something like that.
And somebody followed him home. I think from the Jefferson 440 restaurant, if I remember right. followed him home, killed him at his house in his driveway, and I think he had a little Beetle convertible that he was driving at the time. So I kind of remember that story. It was, and they followed him from somewhere, and I think it was a Jefferson.
Oh, good.
440
They got it. Okay.
Was it a last minute decision, or was it just it was
They
planned?
never got anybody. So.
I can't believe nobody's
I
ever
normally
been,
get texts
no one's
that
ever
was
been
weird.
charged about that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That was probably in
No, I think that he was dead.
70s, early 80s.
May's offer here. I'll just send it back.
Okay, I just didn't see it on the attachment or anything anywhere.
3 rooms, 119, 75 off.
Well, can you send it so I can copy and paste it? Then I don't screw it up.
So he was dead when he crumbled.
Happens.
There's a picture of him laying in his driveway with the car, yeah, and he's, the way his arms are and everything, he never,
Yeah.
10 seconds, guys.
Gotcha.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere
I stream online
at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Remember, K&H Home Solutions now has K&H Painting Pros for painting, a company you can trust. khwindows.com is the website. Hey, Brad O'Brien back with us. Man, it seems to be a big real estate day today. A lot of questions. Brad is with O'Brien Legal Services. Online, it's olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Sarah got a notice after renting a year that she has to be out in how many days, Sarah?
She told me 45.
And she says she's selling the house. Now, I suspect she said, we're selling the house. You need to leave. I suspect the landlord did that for possibly she really is selling the house, or she knows she has to come up with a just cause. So Marc Mager had a point. How do you know if they're really selling the house, Brad? And can you do anything about it? Can you ask for proof? And if she doesn't end up selling the house, do you have any recourse? Brad?
Okay, well, we have this just caused lease termination statute where if a tenant's been there for a year, then the landlord has to give 90 days notice that they're not going to renew the lease. And one of the reasons, they have to have a good just cause, a reason. One of the reasons is they want to sell, and if they sell, then they can't. The landlord, after the tenancy is over, the landlord cannot lease it or list it for sale or lease for 30 days. After that, then they can just do whatever they want with the property.
So if they break the so wait a minute. They can get you. Are you saying, Brad, they can get you out of there on a ruse, and as long as they keep it vacant for 30 days, they'll be clear?
Well, they don't have to even keep it vacant. The way the statute is written, they don't have to keep it vacant. It just says they cannot list it for sale or rent for the 30 days after.
So if I want to sell my place and I evict someone and they leave, I have to keep it for 30 days before I can list it.
Right.
I wonder
what
why.
happens if you already had someone else lined up, Brad? In other words, let's say, hey, I know someone that's going to rent it from me, so I tell the lady or whoever it is, I'm going to sell the place. I don't list it because I already have another tenant coming in, and then they move in 30 days. I mean, everything's cool then, right?
Yes, that's how you can game the statute.
Okay.
Oh, I did not realize you can get around the statute that way. Wow.
That's like every law. Every liberal law.
So did you get 90 days notice, Sarah?
No, I did not. That's why I was calling.
How much notice did you get? 45 days? Was it basically the 45-day notice?
No, so she told me that, here's the situation. She came and was telling me that we were going to have a look at the house, and she tricked me saying that she was going to come to my house today to sign a brand new lease, and then she gave me this paper, and it doesn't seem like it's from the quarter. It's just something that she's written down for me to sign, and it's saying that she's going to list it to sale, and that when it's on when it's sold, she's going to give us 45 days to leave. But I'm like, that's not a 90-day notice because I don't know when that's going to happen.
It could be.
And
It
she's
could be
saying
a
that
90-day notice. I mean, it could be a 90-day notice. If she says once it sells, she's giving you
She told
45
me that
days.
she wasn't obligated.
Brad?
Hey, Tom, I need to make a correction.
Go ahead, Brad.
I need to correct something I just said. I'm sorry. I said it was 30 days keeping it off the market after the tenancy is over. Actually, it's 90 days. I looked up the statute as is on this call.
Oh, wow.
They have to keep it off the market for 90 days, but after 90 days, then the landlord can do whatever they want. They can even re-rent it.
Wow.
If I wanted to sell it, Brad, if I wanted to sell it, I could not sell it within 90 days?
No, you could sell it.
You can list it for sale immediately.
Okay.
You cannot list it for rental.
Okay, got it. So that's to keep people from getting someone out for their friend to move in because they'd have to suffer
That's
90
right.
days no rent. But if you really
actually, I am curious.
tenant,
Hold on. Brad, are you saying, really, if you just looked up the statute, tell me this. Is it saying you just can't list it or you can't rent it?
List it. You can re-rent it right away.
So you could re-rent it to somebody else right away, Tom, and not wait 90 days. You simply can't list it for rent.
So really, the law doesn't have any teeth, is what you're telling us.
No, it's one of these things that sounds good.
Right.
Wow. We just
That's
learned
big.
something.
We didn't know that.
The
That's
law
really
says you have to
big,
give
man.
just cause, but if you don't give just cause, you can just rent it out again. And then if you
just
do,
can't list it.
But Brad, hold on now. I know where it comes into play, Brad. Let's say I ask my tenant to leave, and in my mind, I have someone lined up to take the place. I tell the tenant, I'm going to sell it or I'm going to renovate it. You need to leave. And the tenant doesn't believe me, and they don't leave. And I want to go through the eviction. Under that circumstance, then it would have to be a real renovation or a real sale, right? I mean, because then you'd be in court.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, with renovation, you have to prove it. So renovation is another one of these just cause reasons to not renew somebody. But when you're using the renovation reason, you actually do have to prove up your plans, and that's a tricky one to use because if depending on the length of the rehab, the tenant gets the first right of refusal to come back. If it's,
So you want to
not long
use the
enough.
sale option if you're
Yeah,
trying
the
to get
sale-
rid of somebody.
Yes, the sale is the best one because you can. Now it's not any old 90 days. It has to be in line with the end of the lease term. So if she's on a 1-year lease term now, the landlord.
Okay, it's at the end
Sorry,
of the lease.
if she
she
didn't
gets
give me that 90 days until...
The end of the lease.
Yeah, it has to be backed up in 90 days from the end of the lease, right?
So
It's not just
officially,
like 90
Sarah,
days in the middle,
Sarah,
of, like 6 months into a 1-year lease.
when exactly does your lease end?
It's literally ending within the next few days.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. Was she supposed to give me a 90 days before because this is not right. She tricked me saying that she was going to re-sign the lease, and then she brought this paper here, had me thinking that we were going to re-sign it, and then changed her mind.
But Brad, here's the thing.
I think
Let's
it's too
say,
late.
hold on, Sarah. Let's say she did not get 90 days notice from the end of the lease, which she didn't. Can she give her 90 days notice from now?
Yes, but it'll be effective April 30th, 2026. Because assuming that your follower here renews next week, May 1st, I assume it is.
Yeah, but if she
has the
doesn't
right to
renew the
on May
lease,
1st because
I guess I'm saying this. If the landlord comes to Sarah and says, Sarah, I'm going to sell the house. I'll rent to you month to month. Can't they just do that?
Well, yes, if it goes month to month starting May 1st, then the landlord still has to give 90 days, but they can give 90 days right away, and it'll be effective 3 months later.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's
It's
what
a
I wanted to
question
know.
of
So, Sarah, basically, I really think you should look for another place to live is what I'm thinking. I mean, because a landlord they can get rid of you. Unless you want to do a month to month with a 90 days notice. I mean, tell her you're willing to do month to month. until you find a place. I mean, if she has it up for sale, she shouldn't mind that.
What she's saying is that she doesn't know when it's going to, hasn't gave us adequate notice. She's saying that basically it could be like sold tomorrow. I don't know how long she's put it on the market. And then she's saying that when she knows I have 45 days to leave. So I don't know when. She doesn't know either. She just brung this here like it's a retaliation.
Well, she's going about it the wrong way.
No matter what, she gets 90 days from what I'm understanding, right?
Yeah.
If it's month to month, but if she renews for another year starting May 1st, then she's locked in for another year.
But they're not renewing. They're not renewing. What they're saying to her is, this is what they're saying. Sarah, we don't know when this is going to sell, but we're happy to rent to you until it sells. And when we sell it, we'll give you 45 days. Isn't that what they're saying to you, Sarah?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, but Sarah does have the right to renew next week for another year.
She does.
Yeah.
Oh.
So how does she do that, Brad?
She demands a new lease.
Simple as that, because she wasn't given the proper notice.
Right.
You need to demand a new lease. Then even if she does even if she does sell the house, the new owner of the house has to abide by that lease, right, Brad?
Yes.
And then that person would have to give you 90 days next year. I agree with what Sarah's saying. They're trying to trick her in getting out of there.
Oh, so they screwed up. And because they screwed up, Sarah has a right now, because she didn't get the notice, she has a right to renew for a year.
Yes, she can demand the lease, but now, Brad, if the landlord says, well, I'm just simply not going to give you one, then what's her next step?
Right.
Well, I'd rather have an attorney write a letter, or she can write a letter stating what her position, and then if it goes to court, then I think that she's got a great case.
Sarah, you know what? I didn't realize this, Sarah, but you do have a right to renew, according to Brad. You might want to give him a call off the air or call someone.
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend you navigate this alone, but you have a right because you didn't get that 90-day notice. You have a right now to renew for a year. And I think that what Mark said and what Brad said, she's trying to trick you right now into signing something.
Hey, Brad, just reality here, reality check real quick. If she sends you over the lease just to eyeball and then wants you to write a letter to this lady, I mean, what is she looking at there? A few $100? What? I mean, how does that look? Huh? Not going to court. I'm just saying for what we're talking about, this first step.
That's right. Just like an hour of my time at most.
That's nothing. You need to call them. Simple as that.
Break time.
All right, I got to take this break. Hold on, guys. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're looking very good on the highways and byways. Fairly light volume, no hang-ups, no delays for us, and road conditions are pretty good, too. Got a major closure this weekend. This will be east and westbound 6th Avenue to southbound 25. This is for the resurfacing project. This will close tonight at 10, reopening Monday morning at 6 a.m. This will also include southbound 25, the ramp to Alameda. So folks are going to have to use an alternate route. We're anticipating delays there coming out of Lakewood on 6, trying to get into I-25. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
You know, your home is your palace, and if you want to clean it with Zero Res. Why? Because zero residue means cleaner air quality, cleaner carpets, cleaner everything. Tile and grout, hardwoods, laminates, upholstery, mattresses. Why? Because Zero Res uses alkaline, softened, purified water. It's the best cleaning agent In nature, you've never seen a dirty river rock. You know what? You can get Zero Res into your home right now and get 3 rooms for about $109, $119, depending. It doesn't matter. They always have a special, and they have incentives. And I want you to call them, not for the price, because the price is always worth it. It's always worth having health in your home. Zero Res, you'll never get it cleaner. It'll never be healthier. ZeroResDenver.com. That's Zero Res for zero residue. ZeroResDenver.com. And Zero Res is funny. You can spell it forward or backward. Zero Res. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. Becoming a landlord? Now, I'm working with Vestera Turnkey, and let me tell you why. Vestera Turnkey offers people the opportunity to be a landlord. And they help you buy a property in a market that they've researched. They help you manage the property. They even take phone calls for you. They help you sell the property. They've been showing 30 to 80% returns for people a year. And if you want to get part of this and use retirement money, that's where I can come in. I can help you use your qualified IRA or 401k or something like that to do it. So find out more. Call Vestera Turnkey, whether you want to do it with regular money or qualified money. That's VesteraTurnkey.com, or better yet, 303-888-3788.
That you're not renewing, or are they getting out next month?
They are getting out next month.
You just want them to clean it like normal people.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I'd have known that a little bit clearer, I would have been able to negotiate a little bit better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You mean I got to hold on to the property for 5 months now?
Yeah.
So
at least you had some of that rental income, though.
That's true.
Yeah. This lady's screwed because she didn't give that 90 days notice.
Right.
So she's got to rent it for another year. So she's going to have a hard time selling it to someone that either wants to live there or someone that wants to fix and flip. She's screwed.
Well, there is one way she could do it. She can buy them out.
Yeah, they don't have to take it, but
they don't have to
enough
take
money
it,
they will, sure.
Yeah, here's $5,000. I need you to go. Yeah,
she could light the whole thing on fire.
Yeah,
that's the drastic way.
Right.
Yeah, that freeze-dried candy, guys, that stuff is like, oh, we got some. Hold on.
I brought it in already.
Did you try it?
Yeah.
Would you guys like it?
Yeah.
You either love it or it's way too strong.
Never. Tommy said he hated it.
Yeah.
I like it.
But he never eats sugar. I mean, I'm pretty shocked that he would like it.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, no, that was good.
It is so strong. It's just like, I bet kids, we brought some over to that kid. Didn't you bring some of the dehydrated or not?
Maybe a little bit.
That kid ate like 12 packs of Pop Rockets or whatever they're called in a matter of a few minutes.
You're probably out of the sugar game, though. You guys are really sensitive to sugar, though. Because I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was too sweet.
No, I didn't either. That was good.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive to sugar.
Okay.
That's why I didn't have any. I love it, but I have to be careful. Like, I have to have like something savory first.
I like chocolate, but I mean, when it comes to like Jolly Ranchers or Skittles, I'm not saying I hate it. That stuff was very strong to me. See, it was very.
But you've been out of the sugar game for a little while, right? Since
Years.
you've been on this shot. Oh, I thought since you've been on the shot thing.
No, but I haven't had. When I grew up, man, my parents I couldn't even have sugared cereal.
Oh, wow.
Literally, I just never had it. So, I mean, it didn't matter. We still had a lot of sugar, but it was just normal carbs like potato chips and starches.
Right.
So it's not, sugar is sugar is sugar.
Mm-hmm,
but my parents at the time didn't know that, and they just didn't have like candy, and they didn't have like sugared cereals, anything like that.
Anything like that.
But we have potato chips and crackers, which have just as many carbs as sugar.
Right.
I'd sit down, at 10 years old, I'd eat a stack of Ritz like that. I still like that, man. I won't do it anymore, but I like those Ritz crackers. You like those?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I love Ritz crackers.
But I'm the kind of guy, I would eat chips over a cake or a cookie.
That's smart.
I love chips. I like barbecue chips, sour cream and onion chips, Dorito chips.
Chips and salsa.
Chips and salsa. I
queso.
love
He
chips.
likes the jarred queso, that's in the
I
chip
love
aisle.
that cheap Frito queso.
I hate that stuff.
Oh, man, that shit is good.
Cheese in a jar.
And that shit lasts for years.
You got to melt the cheese fresh. You can't just do cheese in a jar.
We'll be happy to. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rod Greer and Bob Perry is with us from JFR Cars. I have another question about leasing, Bob. Someone wants to know, and you and I talked about this, can you lease a used car, and is it worth it? Because don't they depreciate in the first 2 years? Can you talk about leasing a used car?
Sure, absolutely. So there is used car leasing. The parameters, it has to be 6 model years or newer, 6 model years old or newer. And so it just depends on the car. The used car leases or the cars that lease the best are cars that depreciate a lot as soon as you drive them off the lot. So the biggest depreciation's already gone, and they won't depreciate that much more over the next 3 or 4 years. But the same logic on a used car as a new car. You've got the options at the end, and it makes sense on a lot of cars. If a car doesn't depreciate a lot when you drive it off the lot, a new one is probably a better deal.
Now, other than Tesla, who does their own leases, you told me, Bob, when I was looking at leasing an electric vehicle, that it's not a good vehicle to lease with conventional leasing companies.
Most of them won't do it because they don't know what the future value is going to be. And that's the good part about leasing is someone's predicting the future value. So the manufacturers are doing it, and there's some killer leases on electric cars right now, new electric cars.
But that's only from the manufacturers.
Right, which we can do that through them.
Okay.
But yeah, there's some crazy leases.
What do you guys think in general of dealerships? And here's what I mean. I love Tesla's model. There's no middleman. Tesla sells you the car. There's not some guy that owns a Ford dealer or a Chevy dealer. And I realize you deal with all these guys, so you'll be a little biased on it. But honestly, I love that model. I think you cut out the middleman when it comes to sales. You got to deal with the service somehow. I get that. Warranty stuff like that. But Tesla has it figured out. I mean, don't you think that's a better model going forward? Or even, and this sounds crazy, Hyundai, you can go on Amazon now and buy a Santa Fe for the same price you're going to buy it at any dealer or through you guys. It's not really cutting out the middleman because Amazon's making a little bit of the spread there. But what do you guys think?
I think direct-to-consumer is a great idea.
I like competition, and it's kind of nice to be able to, instead of like Tesla, you can go to them only, and they control the price from the beginning to the end, even in the financing.
You know what? He's right, because there is no negotiation.
There is none.
No, not only that, they do set the price, and you're right, where a dealership, if it's been sitting on their lot for 3 or 4 months, hell, they'll take a haircut on it to get rid of that.
Exactly.
So in that will never happen with a direct-to-consumer market.
Hold on a sec. Peter, go ahead.
I have no business in this argument, but your car is one of the only 2 things I know that you go and dicker over the price. When the last time you guys went and bought a refrigerator and argued with the guy how much you're going to pay for the refrigerator?
Yeah, it comes from the old days of horse trading.
Point.
Absolutely. And my thought is...
Do you like that, though? Do you like dickering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a way, I do. It's like...
Well, wait. Let me argue. Hold on. Let me take your whole premise here, Pete.
Can you negotiate motorcycles?
Oh, absolutely.
Guys.
Yeah, but you can go... But wait, go back to the refrigerator like he said.
Mm-hmm.
I agree you walk into Best Buy, you're not going to dicker around with the price, but you can also go to Costco.
Oh, sure,
you can go to multiple places and get a better price on that refrigerator.
That's exactly
All right, listen, I got to take a break. Tell Jen we will definitely take her next, I promise. More right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're looking very good on the highways and byways. Fairly light volume, no hang-ups, no delays for us, and road conditions are pretty good, too. Got a major closure this weekend. This will be east and westbound 6th Avenue to southbound 25. This is for the resurfacing project. This will close tonight at 10, reopening Monday morning at 6 a.m. This will also include southbound 25, the ramp to Alameda. So folks are going to have to use an alternate route. We're anticipating delays there coming out of Lakewood on 6, trying to get into I-25. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, let me tell you a few aspects about Frank's business. First and foremost, he'll do a complimentary evaluation of your home to tell you what it will sell for on the open market. And that's really a truly detailed report, photos, measurements, and everything. I mean, this guy does this complimentary. He wants to know the market, and you benefit from it. So if you want to list your home, but first you want to know, I wonder what I'll make on this house, he'll do it for you. And he'll take into account supply and demand, interest rates, your house, the neighborhood, comps, everything. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Frank also acts as a buyer's agent. If you want to find out what's on the market and you want him to do the negotiating, he's a certified negotiation expert. He also does selling, where he'll list your home and sell it. And he sells faster and for more money than anyone else, or than the market average, and he has stats to prove it. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. There is no one better. Personal injury. You know, it's weird. People get into an accident and the very first thing they do is start asking questions. Who's responsible? How much does it cost? What am I going to do about my injuries? What about my car? I'm losing work. What do I do? This is where John Fuller comes in, the only personal injury attorney, where when you call the office, and this is the truth, you do not have to talk to an intake person. You can talk directly to the attorney, and that's John Fuller. He'll tell you what he can do for you, what he thinks you should do. There is no obligation. If you decide to hire him, you can just hire him, and then he gives you his, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you get his cell phone that you can call or text at any time. That's personal in personal injury, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. How much time do I have?
Not one other product even remotely close to it.
Well, no. That's not right. GM.
Not even close.
GM has that on the trucks.
Not even close. Nothing even close.
Okay.
Nothing even close.
Families drumming on the while they're driving down the road.
Yeah,
self-driving.
If you're on the highway, almost every all-electric's going to cruise down the highway with no problem. It's got nothing to do with what Tesla does, though.
Okay.
Tesla, her car is door to door. We're going to go down there. I'm going to put you in the driver's seat. I'm going to tell you to put in whatever address you want.
I can't wait.
Like Maggiano, something to where we can drive in town and get on the highway, then come back. So we'll put in Maggiano's.
Well, I can't do that. I got to go to the motor vehicle, but
put that in
there.
Yeah, but I'll catch you on the next
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Then you just hit the button.
And nobody else has that system and can't buy a part of it.
Not even 20% of it.
Really?
Really?
Wow. I guess it is a little special.
So I don't know how they were able to pull off getting in malls, because I think, well, first of all, we still have the blue law. You can't sell cars on Sunday, and I haven't been in Tesla to see if you can buy one on a Sunday.
No, you can't.
They won't sell one.
No, in fact, I don't even know if they'll take a deposit on one on a Sunday, now that you say that.
You can show cars on Sunday. You can't negotiate deals or buy a car.
Yeah, so when you buy a Tesla, you put $250 down. That's it. And then when your vehicle's ready for pickup, you pay it or you finance it. You do whatever you're going to do. So I don't know if they can even take that $250. I don't even know the answer.
They probably can. They could probably do that, but then the fact they're in a mall.
But it's on a specific car at that point. I mean, there's a VIN number attached to it, everything. So I don't know. You might be able to.
Yeah, so the law is you can't negotiate a car deal.
Well, that would
buy
be
a car.
Isn't that negotiating it or no?
Probably not. I mean, you can't take delivery, so.
Okay.
So you could probably give
So
them a deposit.
if I was you guys and someone walked in on a Sunday because you were going to be open to show a car, I could technically give you $250 to hold.
And we
that
could
car.
show the car. We just can't negotiate the price on a Sunday.
Well, remember, that's only Colorado, though, Bob.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, each state has their own. Yeah, but blue laws in Colorado.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
No, there's plenty of states.
And I
that are
think
open on
it's,
Sunday.
and to be honest, I think that's the dumbest fucking law in the world. I
They've
know why
tried
they
to-
did it, but I still think it's ridiculous because a lot of people work Monday through Friday, and that's when they're going to go out and buy a car. So, and I get it. There's smaller dealers and stuff, and
Yeah, car dealers don't want it.
it's
They don't
almost
get
like
it
the
on
liquor
Sunday.
store
Right.
whole argument back in the day.
Yep, same thing.
And we saw what happened to that. I mean, that thing went.
But I think a lot of people buy Teslas because they're in the mall and they look in the store and they go, let's go look at that ugly truck and see what do we think. And the next thing you know, they're talking to somebody. They go, you want to go drive one?
Yep.
You go, sure, we'll go drive one. You go, wow, this is cool. And next thing you know, they bought one and they were at the mall for a sweater. They weren't in the car market when they went into
Yeah,
the
but they only put $250 down, and that's not
they may back
refundable.
out.
Yeah, well, you never get your $250 back, but you know what? If we've been married so long, and I love my wife, but if
Trade
I
in for a Tesla.
no, think about this. So let's say you're single, you're out there, and you got a new girlfriend, maybe for a month. You're at the mall, like you're saying, "Hey, baby, I'm gonna buy you a Tesla." $250. There's a lot going on there. Just bought her a car.
Right.
Lot going on
Really,
here.
save yourself the money. Just get a puppy.
I have
Chicks love
customers that
puppies.
they were drinking one night.
Chicks
and
love
bought a
Teslas.
Tesla. They were at home drinking, and then they bought a Tesla. And the next morning, she goes, "I think we bought a Tesla last night," and they did.
I remember when the cars are in the malls.
What's that?
I remember when the cars are in the malls.
But that's just for display. That's not to buy them.
Yeah, you could never buy.
But years and years ago, it was called Auto Mall Leasing. They were in Southwest Plaza, and they found out that you could
Leadership.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so what's going on, Jen, with your towing?
Hello?
Hi, Jen. What's happening with your towing? What's going on, Jen?
Hi. Okay, so at the beginning of February, I was in a car accident. I was not at fault. And when my car was shoved into the sidewalk, so it was probably, I don't know. Anyway, it got towed by a tow company. I don't know if I'm supposed to say the tow company or not.
No, you can say it. What's the name of the company?
It got towed. Conley's Towing.
Okay.
So it got towed to their lot. I've never been through anything like this, so really I had no idea what the steps were. But about a week later, I received something from them in the mail. I called them. They said they wanted $250 for a tow fee, $100 for administration fees. And then that phone call, the woman told me it was like $80 a day.
That all sounds correct so far.
So I had gotten a job like 2 days before that, but I needed my car for it, so I hadn't been able to work, and I don't have money like that laying around.
Jen, has your car? Hold on, Jen.
I let them know all that.
Jen, if Connolly's towed you from an
let me back
accident,
up.
if Connolly's towed you from an accident, they have a right to do that, especially if they are contracted with the city to do it. Most likely they are. Once you're towed, there are strict guidelines to what they can charge you and all of that. But if they go by those guidelines, your insurance should have to pay for this. You shouldn't have to pay for it. If you're in an accident and it's not at fault, your insurance should help you, or the other person's insurance. Are you making a claim against the other person's insurance?
They didn't have any insurance, and neither did the owner. They were borrowing a car.
Okay,
and the owner
well,
of the
do
car
you
didn't
have
any insurance.
uninsured motorist coverage?
No, nobody told me about that. I had liability. My car was a 2004, so I wasn't able to get any of the good stuff. But I had no idea
Jen,
about uninsured property,
Uninsured motorist coverage would have cost you about $100 a year. It's the cheapest coverage you can buy. And
That's what I'm hearing.
There's all kinds of stuff you should have had. So are you calling because you can't afford to get your car?
No. It's different than that. It's more than that. So between the beginning of February and April 10th,
Hold on,
couple
Jen.
of times.
I need to know, Jen, when we come back, I just want to know why you're calling. Hold on, and we'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino. Come on up, Peter.
Email. Apparently, he is her favorite law professor ever. He's out of Houston. He calls her Blue. And in the email, he says, "Hello, Blue. Please see the link for the recording below. What do you think? If it's not what you're envisioning, let me know, and I can do something else. Hope you're well. Love your middle name."
I thought you wanted 5 minutes and
She says she's like, that is my favorite professor I've ever had.
How old is he?
I don't know, but he's out of the University
Is
of
he hitting on
Houston
her?
Law Center.
It sounds like he's hitting on her, if you ask me.
And he's a professor of law. Douglas Moll, Moll.
There's brownie points to be a professor.
Yeah, there is. At my cousin, that's
Douglas
all he's doing.
Moll, attorney.
Moll.
Yeah, Houston Law Center. He's, he's a little young.
He's what?
Well, he's not an old professor.
You never know how old that.
You don't. You're right about that.
Now, he was honored in 1998.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He kind of looks like Bob Saget. Look at this picture. Are you looking at the American Law Institute picture? It looks like Bob Saget there.
He does look like Saget a little.
He is a distinguished, Wyoming says, University of Wyoming Law says he is a distinguished, where did it say that? Law professor at the University of Houston Law Center. Wow, that's impressive.
I can do that with my phone.
Oh, he's a distinguished professor visiting. Anyway, he's written numerous law articles. Wonder what? He teaches areas of business organizations towards commercial law.
That's pretty straightforward to start calling someone by their middle name, though. That's a little...
Well, the fact that she announces it, I doubt it's right on her registration, but maybe. Maybe she told him. It's funny.
I'll be texting Bryce here.
That's daughter's boyfriend.
With a 45.
Oh, and then I said, of course I take all the credit. I said, I love your middle name. That was 1,000% all my idea. I take all the credit. She goes, oh, I know. I've told him.
Oh, interesting.
And then I said, you're the perfect Adeline Blue. Nobody will ever live up to that name. And maybe worth naming your girl if you have a girl. She would be the only one who could live up to it. She says, if I have a girl, I will make her middle name the same. She said, we'll be Mama Blue and Daughter Blue. That's so cute. My daughter's told me since she was like 10 years old, I love my name.
That's good.
And I said, well, and it's possible, I said, if Bryce ends up being a dad of a girl, it's possible you'd have a girl with blue eyes, because he's got those bright blue eyes. Hi, this is Rosie, but I just want you to know that I tried to pull a schedule Monday, but it's not. Can you please call us? Or we can wait until your next. Thank you so much.
You should get something knocked
call
out next
you
week.
or the office number?
Yeah, micro.
Stephanie. Okay, Stephanie Thomas. I got this May schedule is looking really good.
I love that delay. Do you ever think when you eat Chinese, it ain't pork or chicken but a fat Siamese? Okay, I bought a guitar tuner today.
You did what?
I bought a guitar tuner.
From Shannon, is that what that was? That
No.
equipment? Oh.
No. From Amazon. Well, It's the people that make it. I've never seen anything so cool. I struggle to tune my guitars. I just struggle. I just can't. I just don't have that hearing. I mean, I hear fine. I just can't put the notes together. So it looks like my phone, and it's got a little thing that comes out and turns. So you turn it on, and you put it on one of the 6 or 8 or whatever guitar you are, and then you hit the button, and then you hit the note you're on, and it literally turns it and tunes it for you.
That's cool.
It does the whole damn thing. Oh. It is the coolest thing I've ever seen, and the ratings are absolutely phenomenal.
It's got to be perfect, you know. They do it that
Great.
way.
Is that AI in its fullness or something?
I have no idea.
That's crazy.
It was like, it's a guitar tuner that's $130, but it literally does everything.
Wow.
And then if you want to tune down for a certain song or tune up, it'll set everything for you. So you just, hit the note, and it'll turn it, tune it, lock it in, and then go to the next one.
Wow.
I was like, I have never seen anything like that.
I didn't even know you played.
Yeah, I don't play a lot, man. I used to have basically what I play is Metallica riffs, man, but I want to start learning some other stuff, so I bought a little mini guitar. It's for travel for the RV. It's full. I mean, it's a full guitar in the neck and stuff, but it's just small. I don't know how to explain it, but it's electric, and it's really badass. I just love it, so. But I've always struggled tuning, always.
Why don't you and Tom go on tour?
I don't own a wheelchair.
You can rent one.
I'd have to get him one of those. What are those little things called? Oh man, what are those little 3-wheel things the old people drive? Yeah, but there's a Rascal.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
there
have to
you
get
go.
him a 6-volt Rascal.
Collection.
Maybe he could borrow Peter's.
Who are you talking to?
Have at it, guys.
We're here. Yeah. We're going to say goodbye in this first segment here. Okay, good.
That's right. 10 seconds, guys.
All right.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Those of you streaming, you see this old guy next to me, and you're thinking, who is this old man? This is Peter Boyles. We're both old. We never thought we'd get there. We never thought. Anyway, Peter Boyle stopped by to say hi. Now he has to leave. We're going to say bye. Peter, what are your, give us some wisdom on some parting wisdom.
I'm just watching you, and this is
fun
from an insider.
It's fun, isn't it?
You put a lot of work into this, and I've said this to you during the pause. You're an orchestra leader, and you have these two men here.
They're great.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And then you have your whole team back, Mark and everybody.
Right. And then we have Deputy Doc and Deputy Dollar, and we have Deputy Chopper, other deputies like these guys.
All the electronics.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that we're in a dying art, a dying art form.
Yeah.
As it moves into all kinds of other parts of the atmosphere of what communication is all about. But there was a time that
talk radio was the shiznits. You know what shocked me more than anything in the digital age? I'll tell you what shocked me. there are thousands and thousands and thousands of podcasts.
Oh, absolutely.
And some of them get, here's what I didn't understand, or I don't understand. Some of them pop a number. How do you pop a number when you're out? Would you say there are 10,000 podcasts or more? I don't know.
Much more.
Oh, God, millions, man.
You think so? How do people get an audience with all that?
Well, they don't, but
some of them damn do.
But we know plenty of people that didn't have an audience in talk radio.
Right, that's true.
So, we looked at it that way. But no, guys like Joe Rogan and some of these guys,
oh my God.
Rogan made Trump. Think about it. I mean, what Joe Rogan did is help.
You know there's something about Joe Rogan that I like. He doesn't make it all about himself, and he's not.
Do you remember him when he used to come in and do the show with me? He lived in Boulder.
No.
You and I were working together.
You actually had him on your show.
He was a stand-up comic, and he liked to fight, and I liked.
Was he an actual fighter too?
I don't know if he ever fought other than touch.
He did announcing, right?
Well, he fought.
Yeah,
he
fought. He was a fighter. He was an MMA fighter. That's why he's doing all this.
Yeah, and he was. I think he was a point fighter. I'm not so sure that he was a grappler, but
I don't know.
I doubt he was like MMA or anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think he was a point fighter, which at the time might as well have been full contact. But no, he's a tough guy. He's a way tough guy, but he's done it.
I love that show he did where they would eat like spiders and jump off bridges.
Did he do
I
that
love
one?
that show.
He did that one.
It was Fear Factor. Yeah.
Fear Factor. That's right.
But a good guy. I mean, my experience with him was that I like Joe Rogan.
Oh,
and he came across the same way, I think, on his podcast, and he did great stuff, and he didn't back away. But he was unconstricted, Tommy, by the federal government, and that's what you and I have lived with.
Yeah, we had to live by the FCC rules and regs,
and now nobody does.
Yeah. So anyway, Peter, it was a joy having you. Honest to goodness.
Hey, what are you riding these days? Do you still have a Harley, or what are you doing, Pete?
I went through some health issues. I bought a trike, and I never thought I'd ride.
Oh, cool.
No, but I never thought.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I have a picture of myself.
It won an award. It won a show.
Is it a Rascal?
No. It's yeah. That'll be next.
The little rascal.
It's a RG3. It's a Road Glide 3. It's tricked
RG.
out.
I'm looking it up.
No, it's really great.
RG3.
I showed you I put it on the air one time here. I put it on my feed of me on it because Peter took a picture of me.
You and I got a picture of you on it.
Yeah, and
but it is a Harley.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
God rides a Harley.
Oh, these are pretty badass, actually.
No, they're really badass. Actually, I love them.
I'm going down to pick it up right now.
You had work done on it?
Some additional work. It's never really done. I have found some great young men working in this business. It just
I built an airplane one time. I was going to bring to an air show, and I wanted to have it painted in a really fancy way. So here's what I did. This was not that long. It was legal. I bought a marijuana and a 6-pack and let him loose in my hangar. And I said, paint this plane any way you want. I swear to God, I did.
Remember when you did that?
They were crazy, crazy. Beautiful. I did. The plane was primed white.
Yep.
And I said, do anything you want. And they said, are you kidding, dude? And I said, no. And I left him with some marijuana and a 6-pack.
No, the longest ride.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show everybody online a picture of that coming up of what they did while they were high. Anyway.
So every year up to South Dakota and back, and then
nice.
A week riding in South Dakota, probably round trip. I don't know, 2,000 miles give or take. A little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good haul, man. That's a good haul.
But you know what? Motorcycles, and I think people that understand them or love them, and it's a different boogie than what people think motorcycle. It really is a way of life.
It is. It is.
With the bikes.
Anyway, Peter, as I said, you're welcome to stay as long as you can, but you have to leave.
I got to go get my bike.
All right. Well, we'll see you, brother. Starts. And I'm going to take some phone calls. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Anytime, Peter. Anytime, bro. We'll see you.
Mark, I'll give you a call, brother, man. Thank you.
Okay, now.
Later, bro.
The towing issue, Jen. Here's what I need to know. You said you were in a not at fault accident. Your car was towed by Connolly, and then you said there was way more to the story.
Yeah.
What is
Did you
the more
just flush
to
a
the story?
toilet?
No, something fell.
Okay.
Okay, so I sorry, I have to figure out where we are. I'm sorry. Okay, so I talked to them numerous times since the beginning of the accident. They said they wanted $350 and the title, and it wouldn't get sent to collections, or I could pay the storage and I could take it. I talked to them at the middle of February, the beginning of March, and like the third week in March.
But where does this stand
On
right
April
now,
10th, I was
Jen?
finally
Why
able
are
to
you calling
gather-
today? Just tell me why
It's
you're
at a
calling
pull and
today.
pay. It's at a pull and pay. It's at a pull and pay. It's like half a car now, and it's at the pull and pay.
Oh my God, they junked it.
Yeah, but didn't they
Yeah.
say if you
Yeah,
gave
they sold
them
it to the pull and pay.
Well, they had a right to, though. If you didn't pay the bill, they had a right to take ownership of it.
Yeah, but the other person's insurance, here's where I'm a little lost. How come it just simply didn't get paid? Did no one have insurance?
No one.
Including you and the person that
I
hit
only
you?
had liability.
And the other
Yeah.
party
I only
did
had
not have
liability,
insurance.
and they didn't have any.
Yeah, you're screwed.
But that's why I kept in contact with them.
Doesn't matter.
Because
Yeah,
I told them I was trying to get the money together.
This is what I don't understand. You talk a lot, but this is what I don't understand. Keeping in contact with them means nothing. Zero. They want payment. But you could have signed it over to them and had them do it but they had to
They
do
wanted
it.
$350 for me to sign it to them.
Even worse
They
than that,
wanted
though.
$350 just for me to sign it.
Oh, that's
Listen,
weird.
To them.
I wouldn't
was
do
this,
that.
Was this towed by the cops, though? Was it towed by the cops?
It was towed by Conley.
Well, I understand the towing company. Here's the deal. You could have got it for $75 if it wasn't towed by the cops. I don't know if it was or not.
I think it was towed by the cops because it was an accident and the cops
Yep.
probably ordered it. Maybe not, though. I mean, she can research that. Jen, here's what I want to tell you so we don't waste your time. Research
I have paperwork. The cops did have it towed.
Okay,
then
you're out of
that's
luck.
$75.
Then you're out of luck.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
You're out of luck.
What's $75? Wait, what's $75?
Well,
What
if
is
if
$75?
someone, let's say you park in an apartment complex where you're not supposed to park, or at a restaurant or somewhere that's monitored, and your car gets towed, and 3 or 4 days later you owe $500, they have to release it for $75. Yeah, they have to. It's the law in Colorado. But in your case, it doesn't matter because that does not affect a towing company when the police are involved.
But Mark, you should also mention that you get your car for $75, but you have to make payments on the balance.
Oh, yeah, absolutely you do. You got to pay the full
I
bill,
can't come up
but
with $75.
they can't hold your
I can't
vehicle
come up with
hostage.
$350.
Jen, it doesn't matter. It's
I could
too
have
late.
come up with $75. I can't come up with $350.
Jen, this does. Mark mentioned this
Yeah, I
whole
hear
thing.
you.
Mark mentioned this whole thing about $75, and it has nothing to do with your case. So he was just giving an example of an independent tow. The fact that the police had it done, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry, Jen. I'm really sorry, but there's nothing we can do about it. Now,
Are you
Kelly,
still paying on it, Jen?
No.
Okay, that's good at least.
I
Well,
mean-
it sucks. She's got a half a car now.
Yeah, but why are we keeping this going? We can't help her. I mean, I want to be honest
I get
with
it.
her. We can't help her.
I
Kelly,
get it.
You have a question about real estate. What is it, Kelly?
Hi, Tom. Yes, I have two questions. One is, I think that you can only raise the rent once a year
Right.
and only at 10%. Can you tell me also that is true?
I don't think the 10% is correct.
No, I think. Hold on.
What do you think, Mark?
Well, we have to find out rather than speculate. But I think you're right about the once a year now. I think.
The once a year is correct, but I don't think there's any. You could. I don't think there's any cap on what you can raise it. I mean, think about that. If I remodel it and put $150 million into it, I'm still not going to rent it out for $1,000 a month.
So
Right, but okay, so you can only raise it once a year, and if you could find out if the cap is 10%.
There is. I just found out. I just went on their
paying.
web. Listen, I just went on the law. There is no. The
Yeah.
lease agreement itself can limit rent increases. The city or county might have specific rules, but as of yet, there is no cap on rent in Colorado.
Yeah, it'd be insane to do that. Even the wackos that
But
are writing the laws in Colorado would get that.
Here's where you heard the 10%. Landlords must give a longer notice if they're going to raise it more than 10%. Okay, so they.
Oh, okay.
So
and how long a notice is
I'm
it?
going to find out. It says 90 days notice from the end of the lease
I
period.
assume you're a landlord.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. How much are you going to raise it,
Here's
just
the
out
rule.
of curiosity?
You want to hear the rule? Let's hear the rule. Let's go to the law. Landlord must give 60 days notice for any rent increase, but if it's more than 10%, they have to give 90 days notice.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. And I'm way below the market. So, and everything is raising in cost. So 90 days if you're going to raise it more than 10%, and
Right.
60 days if 10%.
You know
right?
what, Tom, you looking that up just made me think of another loophole for landlords. Let's say you do want someone out, but you're not going to sell the property and you're not going to do other things that can exempt you from not renewing the lease. You give 90 days notice that $1,500 a month's now $100,000 a month, and they're gone, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can raise it to
I'm
whatever
being dead
you want.
serious.
I think you can raise it to whatever you want.
And what if you don't have a lease with the person? They're in there without a lease.
You do have a lease with them. It's 30. It's a 30
Actually,
day.
I read
it's
this
month to
wrong.
month.
There is a new law. If the rent increase is 10% or less, no, never mind. It's what I said, 60 days notice. If it's 10% or more, it's 90 days. It used to be 60 days for everything. Now it's 90 days if you're going to do it more than that. Thank you for calling, Kelly. 303-713-8255. More coming right up.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, fixmyhome.com, book now. If you go to fixmyhome.com and click book now, you can book a $49 sump pump check. That's from Fix It 24/7. It's really important you have this done. Most people never have that sump pump looked at. Never. Now you can have it done for $49. They'll pull the pump from the sump pit, they'll examine it, clean it, adjust it, lubricate it if needed, and then if you have a problem, they'll let you know. But it's better to know now than to be caught with a sump pump not working and a flooded home. Fixmyhome.com. Book now. Hey, you've heard me talk about Gravina's having selection. Yeah, 50 lines, 50 different brands of windows. So you have selection. Many companies, they have one product they push. With Gravina's, you have multiple products for window siding and doors, plus you have a heritage most companies just dream about. Gravina's, here to serve you since the early 60s. That's 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. Being a landlord can be a hassle. We just heard that woman, right? She's wondering, what do I do here? What do I do there? With Vestera Turnkey, you don't have the hassle. First of all, they find markets around the country where it's easy to rent and where prices are going up. They help you buy a home in that market. They arrange the loan, the home inspections, the management company. They hold your hand through the whole process, and then they help you sell that property for enormous profits. That's Vestera Turnkey. If you want to find out more, go to mybiggestruturn.com, and give them a call, 303-888-3788.
Charging an arm and a leg for him to get the copyright for him is the point.
Peter's fun, isn't he? He does the Saturday show.
Dinner with Dimitri? Ooh.
No, with
Mark just saw my email.
Oh.
Can you imagine what that would be like? We're on break. I mean, he can't hear me now, but
We're going to go to a place where there's only bread.
Jeez, dinner with Dimitri. It's like, I mean, God.
Oh,
That's
one
like,
of our deputies.
Like with Cannibal. Would you go out to dinner with Cannibal
Did he
Lecter?
leave?
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
He'd turn around to everybody and go, "Hey, are you an attorney? Do you want to do lawsuits with me?"
Hey,
I'm
I got
suing
something to
chefs."
tell people.
What?
If you have to sign a surgical release, don't read it.
Yeah, don't read that.
Yeah,
that is
I
right,
bet.
Tommy. Don't.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, just take a pill first.
And if we leave anything in you, that's your bad. Wasn't there some guy that went through like the airport x-ray thing and there was like a scalpel or something left in him?
That's
And it was years
freaky.
later. Those are pretty expensive, that thing Pete's got, man. Those things are up there 25, 30 grand. And those are like super used ones.
They're beautiful.
He didn't get that rascal comment. He didn't realize what a rascal
Wow,
was.
JR, you don't like Pete Boyles? Wow.
Who said that?
I've gotten 4 or 5 hate mails. I don't even know
Come
why, but it's
on.
funny on that.
Come on.
I swear to
Suze.
God, man.
Meeting
What?
Peter Boyles made my year. I've listened to him since I
Oh,
was
my
in high
gosh, you're a
school.
fanboy, huh?
Oh,
Oh,
I've
you're
never-
a fanboy. You were fangirling.
I am a fan.
Here, I'll read this one here. Hold on, let me find it, Tom, because I'm not exactly. Where is it?
And did you know you were going to meet him, Bo, or was it a huge
No,
surprise?
it was a total surprise. In fact, when I saw all these people here, I said, I'm going to just go over to iHeart Studio. And then I said,
I
"Wait
used
a
to
minute, it's
listen
the
to
legend."
him constantly.
So, Rod, we have 2 of our show deputies over at Tom's. That's who you're hearing besides Tom. Peter Boyles
Hi,
left,
Rod.
but Deputy Bo, you might have met him.
Yeah, hi, Rod, it's Bo.
But Dimitri, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you've met Dimitri yet or not. He doesn't come in
Oh,
on
man, this
Fridays that
damn
often.
monitor.
You don't
And he's
wanna
at
meet
Tom's a
Dimitri.
lot. Oh, he's a nice.
He's sharp.
Don't
Suze,
go
I
to
have a
dinner with
question.
him.
Suze.
Yeah.
How far is the drive
Yeah.
from the studio to your house from iHeart?
With no traffic, about 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes.
Here's what this guy, Tom, you listening?
Yeah.
He goes, literally, ask Peter this, how he ripped off KZ, Joe Myers and Company, fake Thanksgiving parade from the 80s. Also, we knew many of Berg's friends back then. They relate how Boyles was a pest.
Well, guess what? I was there hanging out with Berg and Boyles and Zappolo and all of them, and no one thought Peter was
10
a pest.
seconds.
I can't imagine.
And I was actually
Your
there.
trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Our guest today for Car Friday, Rod Greer and Bob Perry. They're both from JFR Cars. Now, I want to talk about leasing because I'm fascinated with leasing. I'm fascinated. In fact, I've made up my mind. I will never buy another car and tie up a chunk of capital again because a lease makes far better sense if I believe you're not doing excessive mileage. Now, Bob says, who's the leasing expert, Bob Perry says, even if you're doing high mileage, if you account for it, leasing is still all right. But I don't know. Like I said, if you're going to do a bunch of mileage, maybe just keep the car. But somebody did text a question, Bob Perry. Have you had people who lease a car for 3 years and then come in and put it on a 3-year loan and buy it, so they're into that car for 6 years with a very manageable payment?
Sure, I've done that a lot. And we've also taken people that had a 3-year lease and put them in another 3-year lease on the same car.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute, buddy. You mean to tell me you can lease a car, then turn around and take the residual value and release it again?
You can, yes, absolutely. Sometimes the payment's extremely small then because there's not a lot of depreciation left in that car, so makes sense, and you know the car. You know, it's your car.
And then at the end of the 6 years, do they buy it or let it go, or they have their choice, right?
Sure, whatever makes sense at that time.
Someone wants to know, when they were shopping for a lease back in the day, there was a closed-end lease and an open-end lease. Do they still have those, and what are they?
Okay, so the difference is an open-end lease is really designed for companies, business, commercial use. On an open-end lease, the lessee is responsible for the residual value. So let's just say you have a construction company and you want to lease a truck. Average wear and tear is different in the mind of a lender versus the guy who's using the truck. So on an open-end lease, he's still responsible for the residual value. Closed-end leases are designed for individuals so that they aren't responsible for the residual value. The lender will determine that value based on miles and average wear and tear.
Why would anyone anyone want a closed-end lease? Why?
Because you can walk away from it. You're not responsible for the residual value. That's, we've talked, that's the advantage of leasing, is you have the upside potential without the downside risk. So if it's not worth it, you give it back.
Closed-end leases you walk away from every time.
Correct. So on an open-end lease, same situation. A guy returns his vehicle. What happens then is you either take it to auction or you get 3 bids. If it's worth more than the residual value, he gets the money back. If it's worth less, he gets a bill because of the use of the vehicle.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Is there a 5-year lease?
There is, yes.
So if you had a 5-year lease, and let's say it's 10,000 miles to use easy numbers. So at the end of the 5 years, you're supposed to turn it in $50,000. That is basically what you paid for, or 50,000 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm being dead serious. If you end up turning it in with 200,000 miles, could it literally end up costing you more than if you just bought the vehicle?
So in that case, there's a break-even point of what's the car worth if you buy it out versus what's the penalty for miles. So if you have that many miles on it, it makes more sense to buy the car and take less for the car because the penalty won't be as big as the mileage penalty.
Okay, so that does happen.
Yes,
Bob,
absolutely.
I never thought of that before. So at the end of a lease, if you have excessive mileage, maybe not as excessive as Mark said, but just excessive mileage, rather than taking a hit on the residual, you can simply buy it for yourself.
Absolutely, because your buyout is a fixed purchase option the day you sign the lease, so you know what that car is going to cost you. So there's a time where you're just going, I have too many miles, I'm going to have to buy it and just work my way out of it, and that's always a possibility.
See, there again, another reason to have a lease, even if you go over mileage.
Exactly.
You have the price of the car. And here's what I've always said. When you lease a car and buy it out at the end of the lease, it's like buying a used car, except you know the owner and you know exactly how that car was kept.
100%. Yep.
Okay, I want to talk to Tim real quick. Caller, Tim. And by the way, if you have any calls, especially about leasing cars, I think it's phenomenal. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can, yes.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, my father-in-law passed away about 3 years ago, and my wife did the taxes for him, and he got a refund, and the federal refund came, and everything was fine, and they, she sent in the death certificate, and the check was made out to his estate. And we were looking on the Colorado Find My Money and realized we had this check out there that was supposed to be made out to my wife, and we can't figure out who to call to get them to reissue the check so we can get the money.
Wait a minute. They don't reissue the check. The check was issued. The money went to the estate funds. That's where the money sits.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still under my father-in-law's name.
I understand, but you don't. They won't reissue. They won't reissue it. You go to the state estate funds with the Treasury, and that's where you claim it with the death certificate.
Okay, is there a number for that, or would I just do that online? Because my wife got a couple phone numbers, and nobody can really figure out how to help us.
It's
And you're
all
kind of our last
part.
hope.
Listen, it's called. Here's what it's called: the Great Colorado Payback. And I believe, I don't know if the site. Yeah, the site I believe says Great Colorado. It's Great Colorado Payback. Okay, I don't know what the actual URL is. Hold on? What's the URL?
So it's called Colorado.findyourunclaimedproperty.com.
No, that's not a government site. That is not a government site. That is a private site.
Yeah, no.
It says the state treasurer.
That's where we found.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, it might be, but it would be the only government site I know that's not .gov. It's the only one. So if it is, they're really, really playing. It's really weird. Here's what it is. He said the same thing, and I found the same thing, and it sure as hell looks like a site, like a government site.
It's got their address.
No, I know. I
This is
see
by
it.
appointment only.
So it
Well,
looks official to
I
me.
went to that. Okay, I went to that site, and I had some money coming back too, and I did get my money back, and it took like a week. So yeah, it's legit.
And so you guys are aware too, the Colorado.gov does link to that website.
Yeah, that's right.
Colorado.findyourclaimedproperty.com. So yes, it is official.
Linked. You're right. So it is linked to the Colorado Payback, and it is official. I just never saw a .com site from the government, but the .gov site links to it.
It does feel fishy.
Yeah. So anyway, you said you had already claimed money from there, Tim, for yourself. That your wife would do the same thing for her father. She would do the same thing for her father, and then you just have to show proof of representation.
Okay, I will.
Hey, I tried to. Hey, just as a comment on this, I have a company from years ago. It's called Colorado. I don't want to say it because people go look it up, and it has like over $1,000 sitting in that estate or whatever it's called fund. And I have sent them every bit of information to prove I own that company, and I simply can't get that money. It really sucks. I think if it's under your name, it's probably easy to get. But, man, if it's under a company you own, like literally a corporation, you just can't get it, Tom. I mean, I have sent them every possible thing they have asked for, and I still don't have that money.
Wow. That's odd, because how does anyone with a corporation then get the money?
I have no idea. They want, of course, I can understand. They want to prove you own the company or did own the company, but I've sent them all the proof I possibly can. I mean, everything, tax returns. I mean, you name it, I've sent it to them, but I just can't get it back. It's crazy, man.
Wow.
Break when you can.
Okay, we need to take a break. Listen, Tim, I'm going to look up how you do it with an estate, and we'll have more on that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. Traffic is picking up. Reports of a new crash on Colorado Boulevard right at I-25. Another accident on eastbound Arapahoe and US 287 in Boulder. An accident just cleared on northbound I-25, but slowing still remains. And another crash has just cleared at Santa Fe and Mineral. We are seeing slowing in both directions on I-25 from Santa Fe up to I-70. With traffic, I'm Veda Urbonis.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office, it's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Restore your hair with this website, recoveryourhair.com. What is recoveryourhair.com? Well, it is a site where you can go and recover your hair. Now, let me explain to you. You go to Istanbul, Turkey, and get a hair transplant exactly like the ones you get in the state with a real doctor. Your hair starts growing the very next day. Then you get a follow-up appointment, and you can do it all with airfare and hotel and save a ton of money over the U.S. If you want to do it, go to recoveryourhair.com. It's a novel idea. You take a trip, you spend a few days in Turkey, and get the operation and the transplant, and you get it way cheaper than you will here. Compare. 970-534-0676, 970-534-0676, recoveryourhair.com. Discount Bath. The words say it all. You'll get a discounted bath. It'll be a beautiful bath. You can get one for your master bedroom. You can get one for anywhere in your home. Now, here's how you do it. You go to discountbath.com, get an uplink. That is where you send video from your smartphone. So walk around the bathroom and narrate what you want to do. I want to move the sink. I want to walk-in shower. I want this. I want that. They'll send you a price. That's right. Now, you can always talk to them. They love talking to you. But they do believe in discounts, and they truly are less expensive than most anyone else. 720-979-2322, 720-979-2322, discountbath.com.
But the big one I had was from Colorado Car Care.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That was I had 5 good years.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
You're making me go look right now.
Rod's doing something over here. I'm not sure what you're doing.
Yeah, they don't owe you any money. I was looking up you too.
Who, me?
This isn't.
No,
this
Bob.
isn't the main one. What is this one you're on?
This is Colorado.
Mm-hmm. But it says unclaimed. Oh, is that the Colorado payback or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they call that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at all this money. Look at all this money it's owed me. $1.49 last penny. So
it just proves they're being honest.
106, $1.49, 80 cents. Here's another one. Over 250. But every one of these is under the Colorado Car Care. And the one over 250 is the one that's over 1,000. And when I go through, I've just done everything they've asked, and I just finally, you just say, fuck it.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
oh my God,
Mark, I've done the same thing.
I have a ton of money.
I
have a ton of money.
Yeah, right.
How much?
Let me see if my name.
Oh, I don't mean a ton.
How much do you have, Tom?
I have like little ones, like $35, $70, $200.
I've got a ton here now. Listen to this, man. This is under my name. 173, over 250, over 250, $1.10, $5.11, and then Bank of the West. I have no idea why it's here, but it says 0.
Somebody beat
and then
you
my
to it.
wife, Suzanne's got $173.26, 19 cents.
What on what?
Colorado payback. I wonder who is Adirondack Insurance Exchange. They owe you $173. No idea. That's what it says.
I gotta go shopping. That's what I'm doing. That's all that's telling me.
Right.
Mama needs a new purse or something.
Oh my God! This one owes me for a sports book. SPO PCO LLC DBA Superbook Sports. They owe me. That's my address. I'm claiming this one. I have no idea what the hell that means. I'm going to claim all these. Fuck it. Claim. I want a check for my $1.10 from Capital One National Association. And I'm going to actually put a claim in for the 0.00 from Bank of the West. Let's make them write me a check for nothing. That's crazy. Continue.
K-How.
Hello, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. By the way, I really found that I'm owed money, too, from the state. I'm owed money, so...
Man, I don't know what the one is because it just says over 250, but... I mean, I rounded up at least $500-600. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, so if you go to this place, man, it tells you what you are owed. It's pretty cool. Anyway, 303.
There's one that tells me, though, they owe me 0, which is really, it says Bank of the West owes me 0.00.
Wow. I just don't know why. Okay, hold on. Go ahead, sir.
Mark,
yeah, they're probably tricking me like. Yeah.
No, Mark, I have a theory. That might be a
I can't wait.
box and they're holding the contents for you.
Oh my God, we did have a safety deposit box at Bank of the West.
Tom, can we add this to your total of $350
Oh my God, Dimitri,
Yeah.
I cannot believe you just said that.
Dude, what's in the box?
It says 0. I don't know what's in that box.
Let's fill it out.
There could be some skeletons in that there box.
Let's do a live opening like Geraldo Rivera when he opened that gangster's vault.
You know what I'll do? I'll put a Pepsi can in there just to make it look good. Can you imagine if I opened it up live on YouTube and there was like a sack of cocaine?
Yes.
Well, would there be a sack of cocaine in your safe deposit box?
No.
Wow.
Only if the bankers put it in there.
Anyway, they said that I filled out everything while we were on the air, and they said now you have to complete it when they send you something. So they have to send me something now that I have to complete, even going all through that online stuff.
How much was yours, Tom, total?
$35. Anyway, it says the
Oh, my God.
I got a text here that said the Colorado
I hope you
payback-
get by this month.
Here's the Colorado. This is a text. The Colorado
Hey, in all
Payback
honesty,
program has no
in
one
all honesty,
in the office. When I registered to speak to someone, they told me that everybody works from home. Just send in the documentation. Go ahead, Mark.
So $35, how far would that get you in your bird?
Well, fuel
Across the
costs
street.
Like 3, I mean, being serious, 10 miles, what?
Fuel costs $6 and about $6.35 times it for an hour. It burns 23 times 23, so it burns $146.05 an hour. So, so $35. Oh yeah, you just do the math. $35. So that's 146 divided by 35, right? Yeah, that's what I do. Would give me. No, I don't know if that's right. I don't know. I got to figure it out a different way. I'm not going to do math live on the air. I'll figure out how far $35 will get me. Wait, I know what it'll do. 35 will get me. Now I know what to do, folks. Wait, I'm not that stupid. 630. So 635, right? So what I do is this. I take the $35 and divide it by the gallon. So 635, and then I come up with 5 gallons. So 5 gallons would get me about 20 minutes. 50, 20. Yeah, approximately 15 minutes.
Is that enough time to take Mark over to pick up his safe deposit box from the government?
Maybe. 303-713-8255. I got to take a break. Brian, we'll talk about your possible brake issue coming up on your 2006 F-150. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, that's where you can put your F-150. One Clear Choice Garage Doors keeps the garage doors healthy. The openers, the doors, any part of the door, any part of the opener, or brand new doors or brand new openers, all of their prices fully disclosed. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. Traffic is picking up. Reports of a new crash on Colorado Boulevard right at I-25. Another accident on eastbound Arapahoe and US 287 in Boulder. An accident just cleared on northbound I-25, but slowing still remains. And another crash has just cleared at Santa Fe and Mineral. We are seeing slowing in both directions on I-25 from Santa Fe up to I-70. With traffic, I'm Veda Urbonis.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I hope you never need him. But you know what? So many people get into accidents and they're not sure if they need an attorney. They're not sure how bad their injuries are, or they are sure that they're injured. Whatever it is, what I love is John Fuller puts himself out there to talk to you free of charge. Now, you might think, oh, he's just trying to get you as a client. So what? He's one of the few attorneys, or in fact, the only one I know, who talks to you in depth before you hire him. So if you call his office, ask to talk to him. Once you hire him, if you do, no obligation, it's on a percentage fee basis. Then you get his cell phone. You can call or text at any time. Start out here at the office, 303-597-4500. Ask your questions. See if you're satisfied. I think you will be. 303-597-4500. Building wealth. I've always said you need an emergency fund. You need to get rid of high interest debt. There are plenty of people listening to me right now that have high interest debt. Why? Maybe you started using it to help pay bills and you've accumulated it. Now you got to pay it off. I suggest the Smart Equity Loan with American Financing. I've partnered with them to get people out of high interest debt. With rates on a home dipping into the fives, you can well afford to do it. Even a complete refi if you need to take cash out for emergencies, for your emergency fund. Whatever it is, call American Financing first. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. The website is americanfinancing.net.
Okay. To my worries is that ticket, my wallet's gone.
Right.
And I was on the plane, and the doors closed when I realized that I lost my wallet. And they wouldn't open the door because they already pulled back. I mean, I was screwed. So I'm thinking, holy shit, and then blah, blah, blah. So the reason there was so much time in, I get a new driver's license, all new credit cards, everything brand new. All of a sudden, in the mail, someone mailed me my wallet, had all the money in it, had the ticket in it, had all my credit cards, my license. I have 2 IDs right now because of this. That's the only good part. I literally have 2 driver's licenses. So they emailed me, or they mailed me everything back. Just popped in the mail one day, right to my address. That's on my license. Honest as hell. Yep. And then the problem was we were within 30 days of this ticket. So I only had 30 days, and we were going to Vegas. And I was like, oh, cool, we'll be there anyhow. But then when they told me they couldn't cash it at that Harris is where I learned I was screwed. It would cost me more at that point to freaking cash his ticket.
So the moral of the story, don't gamble at a...
Just an Indian casino.
Right.
That's the moral of the story. And don't lose your wallet right after you get on the plane.
Exactly. You should have called me, Mark. I would have went out there if you would have split it with me.
Shit, I would have just sent it to Megan and her husband.
Yeah.
If I thought about it. They live about 3 hours away. I probably could have FedExed it to them about 4 days before it expired, just as a gift.
Right.
You know, they're kids of a good friend of ours.
You would have felt a lot better.
Oh, I would have felt better giving it to anybody.
Right.
Besides the casino. The worst thing is the casino keeps it.
Right.
Right, you won and you lost.
I just am still shocked. Like, you know, if you usually have something from MGM, you can cash it at MGM, Bellagio's, any property they own, you can generally do it. So I just figured all Harris were kind of connected, but I learned, oh, no. Not at all. And then they have their own rules on those reservations. I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want, quite frankly.
Yeah, they can actually.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
like
their
for
own
real.
world there.
Do it quickly like that.
Yeah, you're right. It says your claim is now complete. Please go to our how-to page for additional instructions.
Yeah, they're going to get another $200.
Oh, they say it sent it to my email though. Let me see what it said. Hey, here's Kid Rock. Did we do it?
I'm corresponding with her back and forth. I've got to answer some questions. I just said to her, I was thinking 5 p.m., but is there a shift change in bands? And if so, what time does that shift change happen?
What did we tell everybody? I mean, we don't have to
We
email
haven't set
everybody.
a time, but I'm thinking I'm just going to call it.
I'm thinking like
I
would think like 6 now.
You want to do 6? Well, let me see.
How many hours is it?
3.
I do 6.
Okay, but I'm going to see, like, if a new band comes on at 7, maybe we want to do 7 to 10 instead of 6 to 9. I don't know.
Yeah, see what she says.
Yeah.
But I think 5's too early.
Okay.
I think 6 to 9 because we're going to get fucking hammered. It's all you can drink.
Have you ever been to the Kid Rock? Have you been to Nashville?
No, I haven't.
So the Kid Rock's bar, it's 4 levels. The first main level has the biggest, most popular band, and they're all playing at the same time. Then there's the second level. It's a little, and it's different genres. So the big stage might be 80s.
For the Gazette, calling on Dr. Alex Marrero to resign as superintendent of Denver Public Schools. Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome, Brian. Brian, you have a parking issue. What's going on, Brian?
Actually, Tom, it's not a parking issue. It's actually my truck stalls while I'm coming to a stop.
Oh, a pump. I didn't mean parking. It says braking. I'm so sorry. So tell me what happens.
Okay.
Tell me what happens when you roll up to like a traffic light and stops. What happens?
Well, and not every single time. It's just every once in a while. All of a sudden I can, you can feel the truck losing power, and then it basically shuts down. And so I have to throw it into park, and then start it right back up again. And I put it in drive and I continue on. Then I won't do it for a while, but then there'll be, I don't know, maybe, and this just started happening like last couple of days. So it doesn't happen.
You know what?
We're
going to get is Kevin available by phone? I know he's not in today, but is he available by phone?
Yeah, I think so. His service, or not service manager, but his store manager basically called in last minute, so he's there at the shop. Yes.
All right, so let's call Kevin, and we'll ask him to weigh in on this braking issue. But I think, do you have an idea, Dimitri?
Yeah. Hey, Brian, in the past couple of days, just before this problem became apparent, did you happen to either change the battery or disconnect the battery or run out of battery power?
Yes.
Why did you ask that?
So what happens is if Brian's throttle body hasn't been cleaned in a long time, then he's going to experience this exact symptom every time the truck goes into idle.
Why?
Because the throttle body cleaning ensures proper airflow into the engine. And because his throttle body is filthy right now, like mine once was, then the air-fuel mixture is wrong.
Then what did it have to do with losing power, you asked him?
Oh, so over the years, as the throttle body becomes dirtier and dirtier and dirtier, the car's computer adjusts for that. It remembers that you had a filthy throttle body last time it started, so it adjusts the air-fuel mixture to compensate for the filth. But once you disconnect the battery, that memory is wiped out, and the truck forgot that it learned how to adjust for the dirty
Oh my God, how cool is this?
So I think you're going to need a throttle body service, Brian.
Deputy D sounds like a mechanic. So what he's saying,
no doubt.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying is that the throttle bodies are dirty.
Mm-hmm.
And it used to adjust for it, but now it's not adjusting for it anymore because you lost power.
Yeah, once Kevin diagnoses that and cleans it's called an induction service, is the service you would want to ask for, provided Kevin agrees with my amateur diagnosis of the problem, then please call us. Let us know if that was right or not. I mean, I've got a lot writing on this.
Yeah, so Kevin's on right now. Kevin, real quick. Kevin, if his truck, hey man, his F-150, as he's coming to a stop sign or a stoplight, it wants to stall. Now, Dimitri said it could be the throttle body. He said at one time the throttle body was adjusting for that, giving you enough air, but he lost power with his battery one time, and that erased the memory.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it also has a learning curve in it as well. Dimitri nailed it.
That's what Dimitri said. And then that battery, when your battery discharged, it wiped out the memory or the learning.
Yep. It could be a relearn or it could be dirt or both. Yes. Yeah. Dimitri nailed it. Good job, Dimitri.
Good job, Deputy D.
I'm going to email you my resume in a couple of minutes.
I got to give him my dinger. I didn't even. This is like twice in a day. Brian, take it over to Sheridan Auto Tech. How long does it take to clean those throttle bodies?
We need a couple, 2-3 hours typically.
Okay. Brian, there you go. 303-713-TALK, 8255. Okay, Rod, somebody wants to know, do you ever get any Priuses in on the lot at JFR Cars?
We do receive a few Priuses over the years, but if you don't, we can always find you one. That's the nice thing about being a broker. If we don't have it, we will source that and bring it into our shop. Just give us just give me an idea which year you're looking for, how many miles.
Somebody said every time they see them on a lot, they're sold within a couple days. Are they good sellers?
They are very good sellers.
Okay. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255.
Look at you hogging the whole thing there.
How'd you know?
They didn't even know me
until
they didn't even know I was here until a minute ago.
I wouldn't have known how to answer that. So that's good you were here.
Oh, anyway. Anyway.
I'm kind of funny sometimes.
Oh, yeah. You are very funny, actually.
So the throttle gets dirty. The
8 more hours to go.
Learns to concentrate or something. Air, maybe less fuel, probably less fuel. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what compensates. But once you disconnect the battery, whatever the computer learns.
It's interesting how much other things everybody does while the show's on. You know, if you're listening, you have no idea.
No idea.
So we got
most people didn't know that Tom Martino wasn't here. You know.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how it goes.
It's Safco text me. How's Tom look today? I don't know. He's home.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful place, his studio at home.
Yeah, why would he come in here?
Yeah. And that's not even where he lives.
Where does he live?
With his wife someplace.
No, he'll drive just fine.
So the home that's in by Cherry Creek Country Club is not where he lives?
No. It's just one of the places he owns.
We've got to make sure, guys, we got 1 hour left. You guys have been on, but we got to make sure we talk about all the stuff you guys do. I mean, we're talking about leasing, but we're not tying it into the company that you guys can order a new car.
Man, I'm buying tax credits. I already have 100 grand.
Help sell cars.
Right.
I'm buying for 60-something. Huh?
I think Tom was talking a little bit about that when you had stepped out for Tesla. I think, wasn't he?
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
We can talk
but
about it.
Definitely.
Well, you can after I
Hopefully,
get done buying them.
Since you bought the pizza.
First come,
not a big
first
crowd
served.
today.
No, since Tom's been at home.
Well, you're about to get
well, that's not true. Usually on car days, we do have Kevin and Jeff.
At least one of the two.
Kevin bailed it to the last second.
And Doc, you made him go home.
Oh, God. He sounded so bad. Doc sounded sick to me. He doesn't feel sick, he said, but that just freaks me out, man. You can ask Suzanne. I'm bad. I get bad like that. I had a client that got
complete pre-filling registration.
Parkinson's. He was a realtor in Colorado Springs. And he came down and he was retiring, and I'm talking to him. He goes, well, between us, here's what happened. He goes, about 4 or 5 months ago, I was shaken, and boom, bottom line is he got Parkinson's, and it was getting pretty bad. I guess now, this is probably 15 years ago. Now it's a little more treatable on symptom-wise, but I mean, it was bad. So it freaked me out that he got it. And
From what?
I don't know, because it's something like I didn't know anything about.
Oh, and it just bothered you.
Yeah, so I eventually, probably a month after that, I was running on the treadmill then, and I was holding weights because I was trying to build some muscle, and I basically overdid it, so I'd have these spasms in my bicep. Yeah, so my stupid brain, I start thinking, I'm coming down with something, then it registers to me, it's probably Parkinson's. So I end up at Kaiser with our primary care doctor, and I'm explaining to him how I probably have Parkinson's. And look at this shape. It was actually a woman, and she's looking at me like, are you like serious? Are you being serious right now? And I was dead serious. And she's like, no, you don't. She goes, we'll do whatever test you want, but I assure you, you don't have Parkinson's.
Stop, listen to Google.
Yeah, I know. And that's where things always go bad.
Right. That's my doctor.
Dr. Google is my worst enemy and best friend, all at the same time.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's 43%.
But we had a doctor who we couldn't figure out. One of our kids was sick, and I went to the back. He was actually Googling the symptoms. That
The doctor was?
The doctor was.
Oh, that's got to make you feel.
Oh man, it just bothered me. He said, "What are you doing? I did that already at home." You know.
But he's looking for different stuff than you were looking for.
I don't know. It just bothered me though.
After we had our second kid, I get a vasectomy, man, and I'm sitting in there. How old would I be? 30.
You've been crying for 23 years now.
So I'm sitting in there. The whole thing just, I don't like any part of this, man.
Right.
So he comes in. This fucking guy's probably 28. I'm 30, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how many of these can this guy have possibly have done? By the time you get out of med school, you got to be like basically his age.
Right.
Yeah.
And he botched it. He fucking botched
Seriously?
it. It hurt. I'll just put it how it is. Anytime I busted a nut for about a year, it hurt like a son of a bitch.
Wow.
Yeah, it was called I think they called it
thank you.
a graniola or something. And then it just fixed. Thank God it fixed.
Okay.
But I knew it. I knew going in. Now, Suzanne will claim
I
it's
can't tell number
because I
two
was so
anymore.
distressed leaving there. I decided we were going to pack up and go to, not Disneyland, but where the hell do we go?
What is Legoland?
Legoland with the kids in California.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm bouncing on the road right after it for whatever, 3,000 miles. So that might have cost it. It might have not been the doctor.
Wow.
Funny.
Yeah, not at the time.
No.
Not now it is. though.
Yeah.
Anything in that area is not funny.
I had an employee, Tony, and great guy. He was years ago an employee at one of my computer stores. And he had his done years and years ago. He's quite a bit older than me. He's probably 65, 70 now. He said he ended up this big. His balls swelled up this big.
Oh,
Really?
my God.
It was unbelievable, man. He said it was the worst thing ever. But whatever happened to him, I don't know if it was an infection. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, he told me, but I don't remember what it was. But his went away.
Mm-hmm.
He had to get in the bathtub and take some medication. But once he went down to normal size, he was fine from thereafter. But his was like, that sounded like a nightmare story, too.
Wow.
And I'm sure all the YouTubers are loving this conversation, especially the ones that haven't had it done. And her damn doctor okey-doked the shit out of me because she was going to get her tubes tied after the second kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor talks her out of it. This woman, what's her name? Dr. Varma. Dr. Varma.
He's still mad at her. Ron's
Oh,
still
my-
mad.
I am
23
still
years
pissed at her.
later.
So Dr. Varma goes, oh, no, much easier. Much easier.
Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by Wave 8 Wealth Management. That's my company I started because I was frustrated with the industry. Keep in mind, we're one of the only ones in the entire industry that truly customize and do portfolios directly for individuals, directly. And my money's invested right along with yours. And I say some very, 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 very high net individuals probably have advisors who do this, but most everyone else does not, except us. So give us a call, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, even for a free complimentary review. No high pressure ever. 303-771-HELP. Wave 8, the number 8, wave8capital.com. I have Rod Greer with us from jfrcars.com. Also Bob Perry. He's the leasing expert over there. And as I said, leasing has become more attractive these days as cars get more expensive. If you look at it as eating an apple, if you're only going to eat half the apple, why pay for all of it? You pay for the half you're going to eat, and then you turn it back in, or buy it if you want. If that half an apple turns out to be valuable, buy it back and then sell it or keep it or whatever. If you, again, I think ideally, in my mind, a lease candidate is someone who will keep the terms and conditions. What, Bob, do lessors, not leasees, we would be the leasee, the lessor.
Uh-oh, we might have just lost him. Oh, say it again, Tom. We lost you for a second.
I'm sorry. I'm asking of the lessors, like there's big lessors, big lenders that do leases. They buy the cars and lease them to you. How do they come up with residual values? And is there a place we can look and see what the residual values are so we know some of the cars maybe we might want to lease?
Yeah, he's dropping in and out. That's kind of crazy. I'm not even sure where he's going with that.
I can already answer it.
Yeah. So let me ask you something, though.
Mark, can you hear me now?
JFR, we've been talking. Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that if I'm dropping in and out. Is there a place you can go and see what residual values are on different brands?
Not really. So residuals, they try and determine those based on the past. So they take like say a 3-year-old Toyota Highlander and see what it's selling for wholesale compared to what it was when it was new. And let's just say it's 50%, so then they give a new Highlander 50% residual. And when there's cars that there is no past, sometimes the residuals can be extremely low, or they don't lease them till they have some history.
But is there any place, but there's no place online that would give me like Mercedes-Benz and then the percentage of residual from the MSRP.
I mean, not that I know of, because there's different lenders, so different lenders will have different residuals. So Mercedes-Benz Credit could have a higher residual because it's their product, and where a bank or a credit union may be a little bit more conservative because they're not as familiar with Mercedes-Benz values. But so you could have the same car and go to 3 different lenders, have 3 different payments.
Yeah, plus in the scenario you just gave, if Mercedes is getting that vehicle back, they're going to certify it as used, things other dealers can't do, so the vehicle truly is worth more to them.
Sure, they want it
would
back.
Be somebody else.
You bet.
Okay, I just asked.
And that would also determine whether or not we would take the.
I was told that.
I was going to say that would determine whether or not we, as the broker, he must say a delay. But go ahead, Tom.
I was told that you can go on and find out residual values on some websites, but as Bob Perry said, it has to be each lessor publishes their own. Does that make sense? So, like, I'm looking at J.D. Powers. They issue now. Where do they get their information? They give residual values. And so do other companies. Where do they do that? How do they do that? They know what they're going to pay out.
They're using their own history or their experience.
Right, that's right. So does GE give residual values?
When they used to lease, they did. I don't know that they do any more leasing on vehicles.
Okay. Find out the future price of your car. And this is on goodcar.com. Goodcar.com, which is weird. I mean, and all you do is enter a VIN number.
Don't know them.
And they do a lease calculator on a VIN number. Isn't that weird? It's called goodcar.com. See what you think about that.
I'd be interested in where they get the information.
Yeah, me too. Maybe
I'll take a look at it. I've never heard of them.
See, here's why I'm saying this. Bob, if I want to lease a car and I want to get the lowest payment, I would then want to find a car that has a good price versus the percentage of MSRP a lessor is willing to pay. Like I was told, one of the highest residual values you can find in a car would be 45% of MSRP. Is that true? Or does it go higher than that?
Oh, it'll go higher than that. And The loan isn't always the best lease, so keep that in mind. There's some lenders that will give a car an exceptionally high residual value, but they'll also have a high money factor to give you a low payment. And then what they do is they take that extra money that they've charged in their lease charge and put that aside to cover the excessive residual if they get the car back. So they bank that extra money and then hope that it gets totaled or you end up buying it. But they'll have the lowest payment, but it's not the best lease.
Well, not only that, the payment can be low, but I'm just looking at a car here. So it's $209 a month for 36 months, but it's also almost $4,000 due at signing. So, I mean, what's the difference? I mean, you're paying that down payment's a lot of it, right?
Now,
is there ever zero down on a lease?
So a true lease, an actual real lease, all they require down is your first month's payment. If there's any rebates or anything, you pay sales tax, at least in Colorado. You pay sales tax on that rebate. That's all that's required. The rest of it is for advertising.
But listen to this, guys. Listen to this.
Because that's how they got to that payment.
Listen, I went to Edmunds.com. They have a lease calculator. You put in the make, the model, the year, and it tells you what the MSRP is, what the average selling price is, and then it tells you then it tells you based on 10,000, 12,000, or 15,000 miles what your payment will be. So that's pretty amazing to me. Isn't that amazing to you guys? I mean, it gives you the payment right away. And on this one, for example,
assuming not knowing the lender.
Okay, I'm going to give you an example, okay? No, it just says lease calculator from industry sources. It says a Mercedes-Benz, let's say 2025 G-Wagon, okay? It tells you that they'll pay you at the end of the lease how much they'll pay you. They'll pay you 50% of MSRP, 50%. And your payment on that would be, my God, it would be $3,800 or almost $39. No. Oh, it's more than that. Plus taxes and fees. Your payment on that would be $4,400 a month. You would have to be insane to do that. $4,400 a month.
So if you have all the information, so you know what the cost or the cap cost of the car is, you know the residual value, money factor. I mean, I've got an app on my phone. If I just put the right information in, it'll give me a lease payment. But that doesn't mean, that everybody will honor those numbers. That's through a certain lender that will do that.
And lessors, they have the right to do whatever terms and conditions they want. If they say, no, we're not paying you 50% on that, then they could alter it, right? Or some could say, I'm going to pay you more than 50%.
Correct, sure.
So do you have,
Sure,
my question to you,
do you go to a number of risk on the value?
Do you go to a number of sources, or do you just have one you go with?
No, we've got a number, including the manufacturer. So if there's a factory-backed lease where they have some incentives, we can use that. And we've got, independent banks and credit unions and, that we can compare them to.
All right. So we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're talking cars and anything else you want to talk about. Stick around.
Hey, Tom, Mark wants to take Joe.
Thank you.
Every morning brings a fresh, new energy.
This is Today with
And no matter what the day holds, we come to the Today Show for all of it.
When things are tough,
You be ready for Gravina's afterwards? You want him to take that one too?
we dig into it. And when there's joy,
Okay.
Because today is where it's all happening. We get the best start to every morning because we start it together.
Watch the Today Show with Savannah Guthrie and Craig Melvin, weekdays at 7 a.m. on NBC.
Joe Chiano, Become the Banker. We were finishing up some shows we do on the weekend that'll play this weekend. In fact, on our sister station over there. But something I learned yesterday, Joe, from you and Jordan on the annuity product you sell is amazing. Listen to this, everybody out there. You realize if you're 22 years old, guys, a $10,000 annuity and you're going to retire at 65 or 70. Let's say you get it for your grandkids. Let's say you get it for your kids. $10,000 right now at the age of 22. Joe, what is that worth when that kid retires?
It'll be over $1 million.
They will have
$1
$1 million in the bank when they retire. Now, I realize that's a long time away. A lot of people don't realize how much growth there truly is in these annuities. We were talking about a 50-year-old man or woman that gets an annuity, retires at 65 or 70. They're going to get a paycheck for life, we call it. Listen to this. A paycheck for life for $4,000 to $5,000 a month, depending on how great everything does, but there's no way to lose money. Everything is growth. You can borrow from it. And then, Joe, tell me some of the stuff I'm missing. But that example of the 22-year-old was just insane. I'm going to get one for my kids.
That is right. It's amazing. Those annuities, one thing that they do, they'll protect the client's money. They're protecting the principal of their account. That means that they'll never lose what they put in or their gains.
People that have not looked into it, look, I know the annuities of the past. I know there's bad ones out there. We talk about one on the show coming up this weekend. This guy bought an annuity years ago, 20 years ago, for $60,000. He found out it only grew $2,000. So now, 20 years later, he's got $62,000. Those are the old bad annuities. They're fixed annuities. Now what we're talking about are completely different products. I promise you, if you haven't looked into them, they are not just safe, but it's a good investment. Please reach out to Joe and Jordan. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Put them to the task. Say, here's my age, here's how much I want to do, and how much am I going to have that guaranteed paycheck? Ask all the questions. You're going to love the answers. Joe, I appreciate you coming on. I'm excited about Sunday's show as well.
All right, let's talk.
You got it, Joe. Sorry about that. MyMoneyMyWay.com, folks. Just check him out. Give Joe a call, 303-779-6600. I know I'm beating this through your skull, but you need to call. If you're sick and tired of the ups and downs, check these guys out. MyMoneyMyWay.com.
I mean, you could take another 20 minutes if you want, Mark, on that. But anyway, Gravina's has the greatest windows. Gravina, and I'm talking about the Gravina's on 950 West Evans. Larry took over from his dad. Nick took over from Larry. And it's a family-owned and operated business. Again, 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. These guys are the shiznits when it comes... I can say that, right? Yeah, the shiznits when it comes to home improvements. That's Gravina's. 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
One dude, that's a real story. 60,000 20 years later is worth 62,000. Like, I don't care if it's paying 0.01% in a savings account, you'd make more than that.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good.
I didn't hear his jabs. What was his jabs? What did Tom say? Go ahead, freak
Mark,
show.
Take another 10 minutes.
He's like, yeah, you could have taken another 20 minutes on that, Mark.
Yeah, well, his phone's going to be going crazy with grandparents wanting to buy the $10,000 annuity. I am going to get Addie and Miles.
40 years
I don't even
and
think
you
I'm
made
going to tell
60
them.
grand?
What's that?
It was 40 years and you made what? 60
No.
grand?
$10,000.
$10,000.
It's someone that's 22 years old. It's real numbers.
Yeah,
22 years old.
65.
When they turn 65, they have $1 million in the account.
No, that's more than 60 grand. That's
No, the 60 grand was a bad scenario.
I could show you Mark. I can show you
40 years.
Mark, I can show you on guaranteed corporate bonds that you could do better than that.
Well, maybe.
I mean, I'm not saying a lot of them, but there are many, many corporate bonds paying way higher. Depends on when you buy them. And then somebody's going to say, well, they're only as good as the corporation, which is exactly what an annuity is. It's only as good as that life insurance.
Yeah, but the annuity at least is backed by, pretty much the state up to a certain amount of money.
Up to $250,000.
Yep.
Total value.
Yep. In Colorado, like New York and shit attire. But yes.
I'm trying to sign up for these tax credits.
Are you going to buy those?
Oh, there's no doubt. I already have.
When you get to the end, I want it. When you get to the end, I want to know net, and then any bad news, like you can only use a certain portion a year. I mean, if there's anything like that.
Here's what I plan on doing. It's very simple. I'm going to buy 150 thou, and I'm going to
10 seconds.
And
can you use them all this year?
No, I'm going. Hold on.
Wealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Okay, somebody wants to know by text, how does customizing a vehicle affect a lease, such as oversized tires, lift kits, tinted windows, and all of the other stuff? When you lease a car and you put on aftermarket parts, what happens? Are you allowed to do that to begin with, Bob?
You are. So you can either, put new parts on and keep the old parts and turn it back in with the old parts, or if what you put on there devalues the car and makes it worth less, they may charge you as they would excessive wear and tear. In other words, if you've cut holes in it or done something that devalues the car, then they could charge you for it. But you can do whatever you want to with it as long as you don't hurt the value.
It all comes down to the value. What's excessive wear? What? Give me an example of excessive wear, like seats or interior.
So depending on the lender, some of them will give you some guidelines, like they'll give you something that's the size of a credit card, and they'll say if you can cover up any, like scratches, dents, dings with this card, they're not going to charge you. Some of them will waive the first $1,000. Some of them will charge you for everything. And so all lenders will give you the opportunity to have an inspection before you turn the car in. Okay. So if you get a bunch of charges, you can fix that or take care of it before you turn it in, because you can usually get it fixed for less than what they're going to charge you.
It almost sounds like like renting an apartment. I mean, wear and tear on the carpet's one thing, but having a hole in the wall is a different.
Exactly. Because they're just trying to get to the value they guessed 3 years ago based on you holding up your end of the bargain. You didn't drive extra miles and you didn't beat the car up. So, big dents, scratches, bald tires, cracked windshields, they're going to charge for all that because it devalues the car. If you own that car, it makes that car worth less. Even if you own it and want to trade it in, they're going to go, well, you need tires, you got a cracked windshield, so the car's worth less.
So if someone wanted to lease a car, let's say they want to buy a new Honda, or they want to buy a new Toyota, or a new Hyundai, or a new Ford, a new Chevy, new stuff, I know you guys, JFR, can go out there and get them the best price because you go to all the different dealerships you have relationships with and just try to get them the best price. Simple as that.
Correct.
But if they want to lease it, how do you guys come in there? In other words, if they want to lease a new Ford, do you still go through Ford if they have all the incentives?
If they do, yes, absolutely.
So you do all that legwork.
Yes.
They'll get the same deal on the lease,
yes,
if not a better deal, because maybe a credit union has something better.
Correct.
Than going direct.
Correct. And so any incentives that are on new cars get passed to the end client. So whatever they are, if it's
so
a
the
rebate,
worst, it's the same.
Correct.
And,
but a lot less hassle.
And a lot less hassle because you're doing it. But the other, and plus you're going to warn them about, hey, that's only 10,000 miles a year or whatever.
Correct.
I mean, they'll get all the good info. But do you have other avenues? Like if Ford doesn't have any big promotions going on, but of course they always do leasing on new vehicles, can you sometimes get a better lease price?
Oh, absolutely.
All the time?
Yes. I
okay,
mean,
I love
if they happen to be the best, but sometimes their best lease might not be the best for you, but you go into the idea you're going to give it back to them because it's not a good lease, but the payment works and the vehicle works. So sometimes that's the advice we'll give.
What do you guys sell the most of now, just out of curiosity? New vehicles. I know you guys got a bunch of used and trade-ins, but when people call you up saying, I'm looking for a new, what's the number one?
I still think it's probably Toyotas, and the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant by giving a hard number is because we got about 60 guys over there. So what we're doing and what someone else is doing, but for the most part, I'm going to say Toyota.
Tom, are you going to end up getting that? What are you going to end up buying? I know you're you're semi in the market.
There's no reason, I guess, to do what I'm doing. I mean, because my car is in perfect condition with 30,000 miles, but I like changing out cars. I mean, I'm going to admit it. I don't change them out just when they're I don't know.
Yeah.
I just like doing it. I like having.
You're
fun
just
with
really
cars.
upset.
You're
I
upset
like-
guy.
Now
His
I want.
BMW dropped a lot, man.
Should
Well,
at least
it went from 112,000 to 58. That's
and
a
do
lot.
that math and divide it by the number of months you've
Yeah,
had
but
it.
that's well. Actually, this could be a good lesson right here. During the break, kind of give them an idea what that lease would have been. You know, it's a 2022, right, Tom?
Yeah, 2022 BMW X7 M50i, and
So if it was going to be a lease, let's see what he would have paid over this amount of time, and see if he were truly. Let's see if he
let's
would
do
have saved
that.
money. Can you do that?
But hold on. So do it as if I was leasing it new in 2022, and it
how
was
much was it?
It was 112. But I don't know if that was MSRP. You know, I don't know what MSRP was at the time. I forget. But it was 112. I bought it in 2022 in about March or April. Anyway, now come 2025, I'm being told it's worth 58, top dollar, 58. That's on a trade, by the way.
Right.
Okay, so let's see what a lease. So basically, if you take the 112 I paid and you subtract, you subtract the money that it's worth right now. I spent a lot of money on this car. You know, it's 50.
So that's your depreciation. That's what leases figure, your depreciation.
Okay, I spent 54 grand on this car technically because it's 54 grand less than I bought it. 54.
Correct.
And it was
and
20,
the use of the
23,
money, the rest
24,
of the
25.
money that you paid.
And that's divided by 3 years. So that car cost me 18 grand a year. I can't see a lease being that much.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't be. We do comparisons to leasing versus
By
buying.
the way, Bob, if you want to be accurate, it was only 10,000 miles a year. 10,000 miles
that
a
you've
year.
driven.
So let's do that and figure it out. I'm Tom Martino. Oh, no, we don't have to take a break just yet, but that's what I want to do. I want to compare apples with apples in real life because people want real life. They really do. And speaking of real life, Mark, we were talking about tax credits, buying tax credits from people who have solar systems that can't use them. You can negotiate. You can negotiate a deal, but on a particular deal, let's say if you pay full retail. When I say full retail, you buy like 150,000 in credits for like 105,000. You go back 3 years, recover that 150. The government sends you a check for 45 grand. It's that easy. It's that easy for anybody. Here's what I say.
So you go back. Wait a minute. So you're going to have your accountant go back and modify the last 2 years, basically, and use those tax credits.
You know, technically, I could probably go back 1 year and do it. So, yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying regardless, I never looked at it that way. But so there's no, even I don't know, let's take, I was going to say Steve Jobs, but that's not going to work. Let's take Elon Musk, and he's got $1 million of taxes that he owes. So basically you're saying you could use, if you had $1 million in credits, you could offset it in 1 year if you had that kind of burden. I mean, just like that, there's no limit of how many per year?
No, only up to what you owe. That's the only thing you can, that's the only limit. So you can go back.
And then do the rest roll over to the following years?
So you can go back 3 years. So you can do.
So basically, you're going to save. You're going to save 30% on your taxes. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Literally 30%. So I go back 3 years, and each year I file. I get that. Whatever. I don't have to go back 3, but you can go back 3 years. You can go forward 20 years. You can buy.
Wow.
I'm buying as many as I can possibly get, as many as I possibly can get. And
I don't know why everybody wouldn't do that. And then the good news for the other side.
When I talked to Brooke at Red Rocks, I said, why isn't everyone doing this, for God's sakes? Why isn't everyone doing it? I mean,
I don't know.
It's the most.
I don't know.
It's the most easy brain. I can't think of a reason why.
I'm letting you go through the brain surgery on the first round, and if everything is what you're saying, there is no way I'm not doing it every year. Well, I guess part of it is finding the tax credits.
That's right, and that's where you have to have a reputable solar company who has customers who want to sell them. Look, I'm not trying. I don't want to build a market for this. I'm not trying to advertise this because I want to do it, and I don't want people acing me out. I don't want it turning into a bidding war. I listen, she promised me right now I could buy everything she has, and I'm going to buy them. I mean, why wouldn't you? This is a hidden gem. This is like the same no risk thing as buying tax certificates on land and houses and properties. If I buy a tax certificate, I will be guaranteed the default interest, or I get the land for the price of taxes.
For next to nothing.
Buying tax certificates. Here's where people get in trouble buying tax certificates. They go to an auction and they pay premiums for them. So instead of paying just the taxes due, they end up paying a percentage above that. And then you have idiots who think, oh, I'm going to get a tax certificate. And when you have an idiot, whenever there are idiots in auctions, it's a bad auction. You want smart bidders. Idiots overpay for everything. So they go to a tax auction, let's say where there are $4,000 owed on taxes. If you buy that for $4,000, you're guaranteed interest on that $4,000, and I think now it's 9 or 10%. Or you get the property for $10,000, but you get an idiot in there that you bid $10,000, they bid $10,000 with $1,000 premium, and then somebody else bids $10,000 with a $2,000 premium, and then $10,000 with a 14. All of a sudden, the interest you're making on the $10,000, because you don't make interest on the premium, so you make interest on the $10,000, you don't even make enough interest to pay for the premium. That's what you call an idiot. So you never want to be in an auction with an idiot. You want someone who understands financing. What were you going to say, D?
Hey, there's one risk. This is in the context of the solar tax credits.
No risk.
There is one risk
What's
that
the risk?
none of you have discussed yet.
What is it?
But it is moderated by the fact that you're working with Brooke from Red Rock.
What is the risk?
Okay, they're rescindable. So the system for which the tax credit was issued must be in operation for a certain number of years following the issuance of this tax credit, or it will be rescinded.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, so you build this solar system, get your tax credit, and then the system goes offline. You either scrap it, or it doesn't work, or it's destroyed by hail and you never fix it. The IRS will
Okay, I never even thought of that. How long does the IRS say it must be in operation?
Several years. I believe it's at least 3 years.
Let's ask Brooke about that.
Yeah.
Let's get her on the phone. That's a good point. I thought it was only all you need is an activation, and then you're locked in. But now Demetrius... Maybe the tax credits Brooke's selling have already been in operation for 3 years. I don't know. It's not. I can tell you that for sure, Mark. They're brand new systems with an activation date. They're brand new systems. But it is a good question. What happens if the solar system, or they sell the house and they wreck this, whatever. Well, let's say the solar system goes down after a year or 2 or 3. Does that mean you have to give that the people are responsible for that tax credit? And can you put in the sale that if they do anything to kill their system, they have to pay the burden? I don't know. Let's find out about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
There's a new accident to report on northbound I-225 at Alameda. There's an accident on southbound Colorado Boulevard at Colfax with backups on Colorado from 22nd, and Colfax is seeing delays in both directions at Colorado. We're starting to see some usual afternoon slowing in both directions of I-25. Right now, it will take you about 10 minutes to get from University to Colfax on northbound I-25. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbanus.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
It is a risk, which means it's not risk-free.
K&H Home Solutions. That's a great company. Been around more than 60 years. I've known all of the owners. And I'll tell you, they have the heritage a lot of companies want. K&H Home Solutions has window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, including painting pros. I love K&H because of the quality products and, as I said, how they stand behind them. I know that It's easy to sell stuff, but not so easy to stand behind it. They have the Alpine High Performance products, a custom super insulating, thermally efficient window and door. They have what you need for residential and commercial buildings. Why don't you give them a call? 303-421-7100. FixMyHome.com is the website for Fix It 24/7. Fix It 24/7, the name says it all. They want to fix things first, and they want to keep them running for you. And of course, if you have to replace, they'll give you a deal. But what they want to do is first fix it. So for $49, they'll come and make sure that your sump pump is ready for the spring ahead. With snow melt, and heavy rains, you don't want your house flooding. Have you ever even looked at your sump pump? They will for just $49. They pull the pump and service it and take care of your sump pit, all for $49. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
But it's a little bit scary, too.
Nah, you can't be scared of it.
Well, no, but I mean just the fact that it can
No, I mean the job.
do anything.
Yeah. No, you can't be scared of it, though, because it doesn't do any good to be scared of it.
No, but I mean
it's
as far as
coming.
what it's going to eliminate or change, you know?
Yeah, but still, you can't. Well, my whole point to you
Gotta
is
embrace it,
why
Bob.
even you have to embrace it because it's coming. There is no
that's true. I
non-embrace.
wonder if the same one can do my yard and my house.
Tom hated when they first created electricity.
Was he around then?
Yes, I was.
Oh, come on, Tom. That was a good one.
Hey.
I told him you got to embrace electricity. Or Ben Franklin told him you have to embrace electricity. I hear you back there laughing, D.
Yeah, Ben Franklin borrowed one of Tom's keys to send it up that
in a kite.
Ha ha ha. Assholes.
Tesla jumped big time today. I couldn't figure out why. Like 10%, but California just loosened up big time self-driving, so those taxis will be able to roll out a lot quicker. You can go buy one for yourself. People don't realize this yet. You can go buy a Tesla taxi. There's no fucking steering wheel or anything in it. There's no pedals. I mean, there just isn't that I know of. And basically you hop in the back seat and the taxi will tell you wherever. You plug in where you're going in your app and it'll drive you there. Isn't that nuts?
And you can buy it?
Yeah, you'll be, well, they're not out yet. Late this year, apparently.
Okay.
There's so many people that are afraid of self-driving, though. I mean, it'll take them a while. But you'll see later after the show. You embrace it so fast, you're like, God dang, that's cool.
I saw the horse that was like that. A guy, somebody's building a horse that a guy can ride.
It's like half motorcycle, half horse.
It doesn't have the wheels, but it's kind of like that where it almost acts like a horse.
That's crazy.
It'd be so
it's a
cool.
robot horse.
It's a robot horse.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'd like to get a robot alpaca that just sits there and does
And it's
nothing.
more close
It looks cute. Oh my God, look at that.
A robot
Kawasaki.
horse for riding off-road.
Isn't that cool? Oh my goodness, I'd do that.
Oh my God, that's cool as
Hey,
hell.
what is the link to that? I want to look at it.
Just type in robot horse, man. Who did it? Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Someone was talking about this the other day. A four-legged robot horse.
I can't.
This world's gone insane.
I know.
Dude,
Holy
it is.
cow.
Look up the fucking Kawasaki horse. It's crazy. All right, I need one.
He's ordering it.
Oh my
All those
God!
people
look at
riding
it.
horses around
It's
Franktown.
not real.
The
It's
dogs
not
would
real,
chase
is it?
That's cute.
Not yet. Not yet.
Say that again, babe.
The dogs would chase it.
Oh man, this
They
thing
give
would
them good
this thing would
exercise.
chew up our dogs. Hydrogen, 150 cc hydrogen engine paired with a battery. 4 independent moving legs inspired by skeletal structure of lions. The hooves made of rubber for grip. The rider can control the robot by shifting their weight like a horse. It's only a concept right now, not even a functional prototype. Oh, God. It's someone's thought.
It's just a matter of time.
Someone had a dream.
I got thoughts. This is absurd. It's not even anything yet.
It was a dream.
Well, hell, I'm selling one then. That is wild, though.
And get moving today.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Peter, welcome to the show. What's going on, Peter?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
I just have a shout out for a local business and then a couple other comments, too.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. So for my shout out, that would be for Mercedes-Benz of Denver. We bought a new car last year and then had a mechanical issue with it.
Yeah.
And they gave us a loaner to use for about 6 months. And then they were unable to fix the problem with the car. So they actually said, go ahead and pick out a new car and we'll make it right. And they allowed us to do a few upgrades that we wouldn't have done otherwise. And they ate the difference.
That's pretty cool. Isn't that Sonic, a Sonic dealership?
That I don't know.
I don't know.
Sure.
Is it
I'm
on
glad
Colorado
he's
Boulevard?
happy.
Is it the Mercedes of
Correct.
downtown
Yeah,
Denver?
I'd be so mad at Mercedes. Not necessarily the dealer. The dealer sounded great, but you buy a brand new Mercedes and you want to drive it. You picked it out, but you can't drive it because they can't fix it for 6 months.
What was
that
the
sounds
issue?
horrible.
What was the issue, Peter?
Well, we had a loaner. We had a loaner that whole time, though.
I understand that.
That's cool.
But Peter, what is the issue? What was the issue with the one you bought?
Yeah, the problem we had is my wife was driving it, and it wouldn't accelerate on the highway. And then they continued to test it and were able to kind of duplicate it, but they didn't know why it did that.
That's weird.
Lemon Law would have kicked in instantly.
Yeah, but they took
Yeah, well,
care of
that's
them.
what we were looking at because of the length.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
the length of time that they had it, we were looking at, potentially going that route through an attorney and.
And guys, understand what I said. The dealership sounds like they stepped up and did great. I just can't imagine buying a new any brand, because at that point they probably flew in an engineer from Mercedes to look at it. I mean, when they have a vehicle 6 months, someone from the manufacturer is showing up, right, guys? And they still couldn't fix it. That's just crazy to me.
All right.
Yeah, they had no clue what the issue was with it.
Wow.
And then so my other comments, if I can move on from that too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Tom, you had talked about the lady with the golf course property where they had offered her $1 million and she was, I think, 92.
That's right.
And I apologize if this was already brought up, but because of the capital gains taxes that she would have had on that, she would have been approximately $700,000 worth of capital gains taxes that she would have been subject to on that income.
You're right. Well, she would have been able to shelter only $250,000. She bought it for like next to nothing, like 70-something thousand. So, no, it was like 30-something thousand. She was selling it for how many million? Did I say 2 million or 1 million? It was.
I thought you said one. But
okay, if it was 1 million, she basically would shelter 250,000. And have about 750, and you're right, 750 subject to tax.
Correct. Yeah, and so, taking out a reverse mortgage would have been a good option for her, a lot of things, because when she were to pass away, to be able to pass that on to her heirs who then get the stepped up value, then
what a
they
good
would be
idea.
able to,
what a great idea.
Without having that. Yeah. So she made the right choice by not taking that money now.
You're right.
And
her
then,
heirs could do it. Her heirs could do it. You're right. And they would have the stepped up basis, not pay as much in taxes. And that if she has kids, that would be great. I'm not sure she does, but that is a good point.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Now, when we come back, we're going to answer the. Thank you. When we come back.
Hold on. He's got one more thing.
Look.
Are you there, Pete?
I got to take a break, so it doesn't matter if he does or not.
All right, sounds good.
Listen, when we come back, Brooke from Red Rocks Roof and Solar, we'll talk about How long does the solar system have to remain in effect for that credit to be good? Deputy D said if it goes out of commission in the future, you may have to pay that credit back. We'll talk about that and more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
There's a new accident to report on northbound I-225 at Alameda. There's an accident on southbound Colorado Boulevard at Colfax with backups on Colorado from 22nd, and Colfax has seen delays in both directions at Colorado. We're starting to see some usual afternoon slowing in both directions of I-25. Right now, it will take you about 10 minutes to get from University to Colfax on northbound I-25. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbonis.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Selling your home on the market right now takes a while, not too long, and you'll get good money, maybe. What if you have deferred maintenance? What if you don't want to do home inspections? You don't want to wait for loan approvals. You don't want to list your home. You don't want people walking through the home. What if you need to get out of town? You need to move quickly. Homevestors is an option. Now, I know you've heard of a lot of companies that say they'll buy your home. So what? Give them a call. But also include Homevestors. All it takes is a phone call. They'll tell you on the call what you're going to get for that house. Okay? It's a phone call. 800-44-BUYER. Get a check in a few days. 800-44-BUYER. Now, speaking of homes, many of you have equity and you're paying high interest debt. Why? High interest debt can be wiped out with the Smart Equity loan from American Financing. Once you wipe out that debt and turn it to a 5 or 6% debt, then you can take your time and pay it off quicker if you want, but you'll have breathing room. Here's the message I have for you. Before you can build financial wealth, you must get rid of high interest debt. American Financing will help you. Call them and find out about the Smart Equity loan now. Maybe even a complete refi to pull cash out for emergencies. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Anymore, and the feds can come back and come after you for the credit, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they go back after the person that initially got them, not the person that bought them.
That'd be an ugly situation.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
And Dimitri, you know what would be funny? I wonder if Brooke will know this. If the IRS, let's say the system just went away, or, you sold it. Let's go like this. You get it, you get the tax credits, then you sell the system to your neighbors, and it's gone. And it's no longer hooked up and working for a platitude of reasons. But I wonder if the IRS would go back towards the original owner of the credits who they were issued,
I know.
or do they go after the person that bought them?
All good questions we're going to ask.
And then I got a better question based upon an email I just got. Props to Dimitri for his take on the sex summer camp. I love how he put his opinion. What is that, Dimitri?
Oh, we had that discussion yesterday when Tom brought up the perverted camp up in Boulder for small children to explore their sexuality.
God, I'm glad I missed that.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that one, the sex education camp.
Yeah.
Is that like a you're gay kind of camp where they tell you how you feel?
It did all of that. It had classes on masturbation.
Yeah.
It had
yes, because we all send our children to classes on how to masturbate. Boys can't figure that out themselves.
Yeah, that takes an advanced degree.
Yeah, that's a real hard one to figure out.
Anyway, it's a perverted thing that they're doing up in Boulder, much to no one's surprise, I might add.
I assume it's not being put on by a church.
Maybe the Church of Satan.
CU Health.
The Church of Satan. Hey, do you guys think the next pope will be a lot more conservative or not? Yeah. I really am curious.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the next pope will be more conservative.
Yeah.
Was this guy pretty liberal? He was a Jesuit. He was pretty liberal.
Most liberal ever.
The commie pope.
He is a socialist, or was.
Yep.
Apparently a really nice guy. A lot of people liked him, but man, you talk about the doctrine. He just simply, it's kind of weird. I mean, he didn't technically change anything, but wow, what a different view.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Dimitri?
Yeah?
I'm going to text you Haley's number on the apartment lease. I just found it.
Yeah, even though
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Even
Me
though
neither.
We left it unsolved. I really want to work on that case because I've been thinking about it and I have a totally different take on what happened to Haley.
Did we ever tell Drew to take some fiber, maybe?
Lease, and now Haley. It was our first call today.
Yeah, I can't
And
go
now
number
Haley's
2
stuck with
anymore.
double the payment that she can't afford. And I'll explain it to you whenever we have time. What my take on it is. But it's a simple.
This pope is the last pope. Case says. Case 31.
What do you mean the last pope? Why would
I don't
they
know.
be
That's just what case 31 says.
Case 13's full of shit. I'm going to block him right now.
Him. It's a she.
How do you know?
They.
Thank you.
10 seconds.
Burger's latest for the Gazette, calling on Dr. Alex Marrero to resign as superintendent of Denver Public Schools. Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Brooke White, we were talking about buying tax credits where people who have solar systems can't use the credits. They don't spend enough in taxes or don't have enough taxes, so they sell their credits to get cash. You can buy them for a deal. And I said, what moron would not want to buy tax credits? You can pay for taxes, and you get a 30% discount or more, and then you use those credits to pay your taxes. And then Dimitri said he read where the risk is, even if you have an activated system, the risk is if it goes offline for any reason, you have to pay those credits back.
I mean, I'm not sure if there's a specific time length or something that he wants me to review where he found this information, because warranty claims happen all the time on the equipment, where the equipment, might be down for a couple weeks while an inverter gets swapped out. But I've never once heard of anybody having to repay a tax credit because of a situation like that.
Well, no. We're not
How about
talking
if
about
they sell it?
We're not talking about a normal repair. What we're talking about is this. Let's say they get a tax credit. They have the system on their house. Let's say they have to move real quick because of something. The new owners don't want the system, or they don't activate it, or it's not running, or it goes out of order and it's not fixed. Or, as Mark said, they get so bold as they take the equipment off the roof and sell it. I'm just saying, is there anything in the law that says the system must be active for a certain number of years after receiving a tax credit?
Yeah, I've never seen any documentation that's like that. The only documentation that I know of is if you build a solar field, you have a price per agreement with the utility company, so you are required to send them so much power from the solar field that they're buying it for. So that's a contract that you could get in trouble for. But for a normal house, I've never seen that, because if your house isn't producing, the utility company's just going to charge you what you use for power anyways. So they actually make more money by you not getting your system activated. So it's in your benefit
Dimitri,
to keep it running.
Dimitri, you're reading this from the IRS, right? Where are you reading this info?
So I did some research on this last night, and I can't remember what my source is, but I'm going to come up with it again, and I'll forward it to Brooke to see if I was.
There is no federal mandate on the duration the system operation must take post-installation. They concentrate on the first year only. It's important to note that if the system is taken out of service shortly after installation, It may raise questions with the IRS in an audit. Therefore, maintaining the system's operation to ensure compliance during the first year will avoid any issues. This is now, I'm going by Chat GPT. This is not Tom Martino. I'm not getting in a sword fight here. All I'm saying is that according to Chat GPT, there is no mandated time the system must be up and running. So,
and even if they did audit it, but hold on, even if they did, even if they did audit it, the IRS, I would still have the assumption they're not going to go after the person that bought the tax credits. They're going to go after the person that initially got them.
You're absolutely right. That's absolutely positively right.
And then to make yourself covered in the contract where you purchase the tax credits, you should just put in there that in order for this to work, the owner of the system has to make sure that the system is activated and up and running for 3 years.
Yeah,
right?
but you would have no recourse.
Yeah, but
the problem with that is you would have no recourse on it because these people, the fact they can't use a tax credit.
This chat is citing all kinds of sources where the federal government does not mandate a specific amount of time, but we'll research it to see if it's accurate. We're out of time. Save all your problems for me. Okay.
You're clear, buddy. See ya.
I'll see you in a long time.
And stay connected with all of us at 6.
Good riddance.
And on the iHeart.
I've been emailing back and forth with Sue about that.